Espero que sí esté en vivo. 8 de la mañana, damas y caballeros. Muy bienvenidos sean todos ustedes a esta edición del Casino del Tío Salo. Obviamente ahorita les voy a traer ese Farhan. Si es la primera vez que están por acá y están viendo a este hombre gritar, aquí lo único que hacemos es platicar de ideas fuera de lo que todo el mundo nos da en la televisión o en cualquier canal de YouTube, que normalmente son cosas que leen en las noticias o ven en la televisión y luego te la revomitan. Aquí simplemente intentamos buscarle otro ángulo a todas estas cosas. No tenemos que tener siempre la razón o no, simplemente nos gusta explorar ello. Este año le hemos estado pegando duro al mercado. Duro. Y yo creo que hay muchas cosas que repasar el día de hoy. Y antes de empezar en ello, antes de hablar rápido de la inflación y de regresar a ver qué es lo que estábamos... cómo estamos viendo, cómo se va a comportar todo esto, porque recuerden, nos prometieron la Tercera Guerra Mundial. Me imagino que todos ustedes ya renunciaron a su trabajo, que no tienen que pagar sus deudas, ¿no? Ya hablaron a decir, pues, güey, no voy a ir a trabajar, es la Tercera Guerra Mundial, todo el mundo me lo ha dicho. Entonces, ¿para qué? ¿Cuál es el punto de seguir trabajando? Pobre toda la gente, de verdad, el fin de semana agobiada, que hijos de puta. Esto es lo que nos debería hacer enojar a todos. Pero, sin hablar de ello, rápido. Tesla sacó sus robotaxis en Austin, tuvieron 35 coches operando o han tenido 35 coches operando, ningún accidente hasta ahora. Tiene una persona subida de copiloto ahorita para supervisar todo, asegurarse que todo esté bien y se ve muy bien. Se ve muy bien y lo digo porque este es un momento muy importante de verdad en el mundo. Y yo sé que ustedes han visto coches con piloto automático, pero son de Waymo, que tienen los LiDARs y todas estas cosas. Este es el momento grande, en mi humilde opinión de esto, que he sido fanático por, puta madre, ya más de una década. Entonces, es algo que hemos estado esperando muchísimo y es algo que está a punto de cambiar todo el sistema de transporte a un nivel loco. Si Elon Musk le aplica a Uber, a Lyft y a todo el mundo, saca y se hace un buen Jeff Bezos. Para los que no sepan qué hace Jeff Bezos, lo que Jeff Bezos hacía, o no sé si todavía lo haga en Amazon, era, tú tenías tu negocio de pañales de bebé, ¿no? Y tenías tu negocio de pañales de bebé en Amazon y le estás rompiendo. Y lo que hacía el tío Jeff Bezos era, le mandaba un correo, bueno, veía que estabas vendiendo muchísimo, y cuando veía que estabas vendiendo muchísimo, agarraba y decía, a ver, ¿por qué este tío está vendiendo más que todos los demás? Analizaban tu producto y después de analizar tu producto, lo que hacían era, lo copiaba él mismo, lo hacía a mayor volumen, lo que le resultaba más barato, y si no era más barato, lo vendía más barato a pérdida para poder destruir tu negocio, mandándole correos a tus propios clientes, porque él es el dueño de la base de datos. Entonces, pues qué chido que estés vendiendo todos estos pañales en Amazon, tío, pero adivina qué, Jeff Bezos te está mandando un correo a todos tus clientes en este momento para quitártelos a todos, vender tus pañales idénticos por mucho menor precio hasta que estás fuera. Si Elon Musk quiere hacerle un Jeff Bezos a Uber, Lyft y todos ellos, puede. El día de ayer nos lo probó, estaban cobrando $4.20, por supuesto $4.20 por cada subida en un robotaxi que te llevara donde sea en la zona de Austin. Y ¿cuál es el costo real de Tesla? Solamente la energía, y la energía, ellos tienen paneles solares. Y, estamos entrando en algo loquísimo. Y es muy emocionante al mismo tiempo que es esto es lo que les debería dar terror, no la guerra de Irán. Esto de lo que yo estoy emocionado les debería asustar muchísimo a muchos. Bueno, ya platicaremos de eso después. Ahí está, entonces, a Tesla, a Elon Musk, se diga lo que se diga, haga lo que haga y sea uno de los controladores de esta gran simulación, ¿no? Qué trabajo, qué trabajo. Estoy muy emocionado de ver esto expandir y estoy seguro que nos va a sorprender al ritmo que lo van a hacer una vez que tengan las bases de básicamente cómo poder expandir su servicio. Recuerden, lo mismo hicieron con el Cybertruck cuando nos lo dieron, no teníamos FSD. Poco a poco fueron adaptando, expandiendo, y una vez que entró, bolas, buenísimo todo eso. Entonces, muy interesante esto. Vamos rapidísimo a platicar antes de entrar a lo del mercado en esto de la inflación, que una vez más nos tienen a todos vueltos locos, los han tenido a todos vueltos locos con la inflación de los aranceles, la inflación que va a venir, que simplemente no llega, y ahora te están prometiendo la inflación del petróleo. una vez más, normalmente el petróleo cuando sube de precio es restrictivo en otro tipo de gastos, a menos de que vivamos en el 2021, 2022, donde acababan de imprimir 40% de todo el dinero que existía en el planeta. A menos que ese sea el caso, tiene que ser restrictivo esto, ¿ok? Estamos completamente en otro entorno comparado con el pasado. Y no estoy diciendo que la inflación simplemente va a caer ahorita, punto, y no va a tener un repuntito acá. Güey, todo en tendencia bajista, todo lo que va para abajo, no cae en fila para abajo, cae y tienes un rebotillo, o sea, eso es esperado. Solamente lo digo para que no se vuelvan locos. También les había dicho con los intereses que lo que va a pasar es, van a bajar los tipos, nos van a hacer pensar que ese es el estándar y van a volver a subir. Y fue justamente lo que pasó. Esto es más o menos eso, pero al revés. Donde estamos viendo la inflación bajar, la inflación va a continuar para abajo. Y la razón por qué para todos, yo sé que se los repito una y otra y otra y otra vez, pero esta es una de las narrativas que más poder tiene en este momento en redes sociales, en las noticias, en todos lados, de que la inflación va a regresar y no es cierto. Para la gente que diga que bajar tipos va a causar más inflación, que eso va a causar que las casas suban de precio, están equivocados, están muy equivocados. La última vez que vivieron eso y que están ustedes poniendo atención desde entonces, porque el fenómeno de todo esto es que nadie ponía atención a esto hasta hace muy poco. Entonces, si no estás acostumbrado a cómo juegan, y por cierto, no tiene nada de malo, estás aprendiendo también, acabas de empezar a escuchar esto y te está empezando a interesar, bien, aprende, porque puedes hacer mucho dinero con esto si lo haces bien y aprendes bien, pero también mucha parte de esto es para distraerte y para hacerte perder todo tu dinero y para que tomes todas las decisiones incorrectas, como la pobre gente que fue a comprar más inventario cuando ya tenían inventario para su negocio, que no podían vender en el primer lugar, les prometieron que iba a haber inflación, fueron a comprar un más inventario y ahora no pueden vender a ambos inventarios. A esa gente se la follaron con la boca abierta y sentada en la iglesia, ¿no? Que no, eso quiere decir no esperado. Y acá es un poco de lo mismo. El consumidor está tapeado, señores, en todo el mundo, en todo el mundo. Y estamos viendo que todos los países están en recesión. Inflación no viene con ello. Y ahora también la otra cosa que les prometen a todos ustedes, que la estanflación. Ya vivimos estanflación por año y medio. Hemos estado en ello. Cuando no tienes crecimiento real y tienes inflación, eso es estanflación, ya lo vivimos. No sé por qué la gente se imagina que va a salir en un libro de horror y todo el mundo va a explotar y va a haber sangre en toda la calle. No es como funcionan las cosas, ¿ok? Entonces, por ahora, ¿qué podemos esperar? Seguimos con el mismo plan. Y la razón por la que tengo un plan para todo esto, si estás entrando acá por la primera vez, es, hemos estado viendo ciertos comportamientos en el mercado, hemos estado adelante de ellos, vendimos antes de fin de año, el año pasado, antes de toda esta caída, compramos en la caída, estamos ahora aquí arriba una vez más y sabemos algo que todo el mundo está distrayéndote de, que el desempleo va a explotar en Estados Unidos en el tercer y cuarto, pero también tenemos que tener en mente que nos van a dar los resultados del Producto Interno Bruto pronto en Estados Unidos y esos van a ser muy alcista. Eso podría ser el último boom antes del baba para abajo, pero también ahorita, después de todo el hypeo y todo lo que hemos visto, me gustaría analizar el mercado porque estoy viendo Forex, el dólar no está cayendo más, eh, eh, y pues tenemos que hablarlo. Entonces, yo creo para no quitarles tanto tiempo, simplemente les quiero decir esto antes de empezar el casino del tío Salo con Farhan y con Alex, les quiero decir esto. Inflación por el petróleo subir, no, lo que va a hacer es crear más restricción y más desinflación. Desinflación es lo primero, es la bajada de el rate de inflación subiendo. Y una vez que eso se convierte en cero y se empieza a convertir negativo, se llama deflación. Estamos viendo un entorno deflacionario a medio plazo de 5 a 7 años. ¿Por qué estamos viendo un entorno deflacionario? Porque vamos a aumentar la productividad. Cuando aumentas la productividad, estás aumentando la cantidad de cosas que estás creando, todos los precios bajan. Es un poco lo que está viviendo China, el paradigma en el que estamos entrando. Todo lo que te dicen de imprimir dinero y que el gobierno de Estados Unidos y la deuda y que están tan enfocados en ello, eso ha estado pasando todo el tiempo. La única vez que tuvimos inflación fue cuando imprimieron 40% de todo el dinero que existe. Entonces, no caigan en esto, no están imprimiendo 40% del dinero que existe. Y lo que vamos a quedarnos a ver aquí es si Estados Unidos e Irán de verdad van a tener más conflicto, que parece que esto fue un poco de todo, que ahí se acabó. Y lo que tenemos que estar al pendiente es si empiezan a decirnos que van a imprimir dinero para regalarle a Israel, para que se defienda, a quien sea. Si vamos a imprimir dinero para cualquier cosa de guerra, ahí la bolsa va a continuar subiendo. Yo no esperaría que inflación continúe, simplemente la bolsa continuar subiendo y eso cambiaría un poco lo que estamos pensando. Pero hasta ahora todo va de acuerdo al plan, todo vamos en los caminos que habíamos dicho antes y vamos a quedarnos al pendiente para ver cómo nos dan ese tercer, cuarto con los reportes de empleo. Si estamos bien, eso le vamos a pegar a todo el año y va a ser la locura de la locura. Nunca en mi vida me había ido tan bien y sobre todo tradeando. También por estas bestias que me están dando todo el dinero gratis que he hecho este mes, gracias al buen Alex y Farhan. Y si ustedes también quieren aprender a tradear o simplemente quieren aprender las bases de cómo hacer trading, etcétera, tenemos todo en nuestro sitio web. Pero si ya también entiendes las bases, si quieres reunirte con la gente, cáele a nuestra comunidad. Tenemos un Discord, está bastante bueno. Y siempre es bueno apoyarte de todos estos cracks, de todo lo que saben en Elite Trading Academy. Una vez más, es completamente gratis, súper fácil de usar. El enlace está aquí abajo, ya está Elite Trading Academy. Todos los menús están del lado izquierdo. Tienes los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan, que aquí te andan diciendo, güey, aquí, acá. Y yo ahí ando aprovechando todos ellos para llevarnos una lana. Cáiganle aquí a nuestro chat general para poder platicar con los demás, ver qué ideas tienen. Siempre es bueno saber qué es lo que la gente está pensando, si tienen diferentes métodos a los tuyos, qué es lo que les está dando su análisis. Ven a compartir cuánto dinero has hecho o perdí. No seas tomatito. Les digo, este güey Tomatito, que por cierto, un short de 500X. Tomatito definitivamente es el manager de Nancy Pelosi. Él es el que vende todo. Déjame algo, Tomatito. Él definitivamente es el que le mueve todo el dinero a Nancy Pelosi. Que Barishnikov, me da muchísimo gusto. 196%. No mames, 1482%. Con un 500X. Voy a aventarme un 500X. Tengo que aventarme un 500X. Ayer me aventé dos 100X que me salieron positivos. Necesito un 500X. Seguro no lo va a pegar. 781%. Por favor, por el amor de Dios, bájenle. Bueno, felicidades a todos, qué gusto. Cáigale aquí en Partners Links, tenemos también todos nuestros enlaces oficiales y aquí tenemos nuestro torneo donde estamos dando $40,000 de trading. Así es en BTCC, que es nuestro exchange de futuros con el que estamos trabajando. Faltan 22 días y 2 horas para cerrarlo, hasta 60,000 USDTs en premios. Cáiganle, solamente hay 6 participantes. Ay, güey, ¿qué es? Esta es la manera más fácil de ganar un chingo de dinero, entonces. Solamente hay 6 güeyes en el torneo. Güey, deberíamos de no decirlo. El enlace está aquí abajo para BTCC. Lo único que tienes que hacer es tradear ahí, solamente usando nuestro enlace que está aquí abajo para que te registres. Es completamente gratis. ¡Qué locura! Y también, si te preguntas cómo funcionan estos exchanges, ¿no? De futuros, súper fácil. Mete a nuestro sitio web, esto también es gratis. Le picas en tutos, que es tutoriales. Le vas a picar en cómo se tradea en Bluffing. Y acá tienes un video de 5 minutos que te explica cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo usar el exchange, cómo hacer absolutamente todo. Aquí lo tienes. Para llevarte esos $40,000 en BTCC, funciona igualito que Bluffing. Lo único que BTCC tiene encima de Bluffing es que también tienen acciones tokenizadas como Tesla, Microsoft, Google, AMD, Nvidia, Strategy y muchas otras. También tienen oro, tienen Forex y otras cosas tokenizadas que puedes comprar con tu USDT también. Así que, sin más ni más, ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Voy a traer estas bestias al show. Aquí tienen a Alex, aquí tienen a Farhan. Como siempre, my boys, guten morning.
What up, boys?
How are you?
Fucking A, I'm muted. Buenos dias, muchachos.
I knew you were. How's the eye going?
It hurts like a bitch.
You need to stop with your fetish of letting people fart in your face. It's just weird, man. It's going to continue.
I can't.
It's going to continue to give you that red eye.
I can't. I like the whiff of the pedos too much.
Put it in my eye, baby. Aha. By the way, if anyone's watching, I'm sorry. I apologize.
What can I say? I bought Bella Delphine's canned pedos.
That's fucking disgusting. The people that were doing that shit. Unbelievable. Alex, you're going to be the first one to jump on this one. I need to know what's next. This month has been my best month by far trading, so I want to keep it rolling. Please, sir, tell me, what do I need to do so that I can pretend to be smart?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yesterday was a fun day for us. We finally got that follow through to the daily EMA 100. Big zone here. As we make our way down to the daily EMA 100, we all should be or have been prepared for this. We were always talking since this breakout in April, right around that 87.3, that once we broke out from the daily EMA 100, this shifted things for me. This put it in ultimately bullish posturing, making bulls in full control. At this moment, we were talking about, that throwback eventually will occur. Doesn't need to happen immediately, but keeping in mind that EMA 100 in confluence with the SMA 200 would be wise whenever we do get that major pullback that always comes on Bitcoin. So we've had that. Where are we now? Well, what we're noticing is 106.6. 106K is still resistance. That's still true. And it really wasn't until we lost that 104.4. That's like the micro range that I had, the very tiny range that I was viewing on the lower time frames, which was right here, the 103.3 to 104.4, 104.1. It is very important to watch this zone. Because, we had that dump down. We wanted 99.8s to get hit. That occurred. We've already hit the daily EMA 100, and we even held back above 100K on the daily close. For me now, we're just shifting gears and really watching this 103.1. It doesn't really change with volatility, and this easily could be the top of the. I was wanting this range to form right around 99.8 to like 100,700. You can see this is being flipped into support now, giving us the next move around that 103.1. If, and this is a big if, we start shifting lower time frame trend. Now, bears were betting that this is going to be the next major lower high. It makes sense. Each lower high has been produced by that 6-hour EMA 9. And so if we did reach all the way up to this 103.1, bulls aren't out of the woods yet. We got to break this wick high. It's currently at 103.3, 103.4. My apologies. It's going to be very crucial to break that. In doing so, we can actually break that. We have then a chance of shifting trend back up, daily getting back above 103.1, which was important. Anytime we reclaim back above 103.1, this gave us the easy objective to 104.4. Getting back above 104.4 gave us that move to 106. So for me now, moving into today, we have two objectives. As a bull, you're watching to see if the daily SMA 200 gets tested. Very well could. We definitely could still flirt with that EMA 100 on the daily. But when will we know that will actually occur? Well, we have to really, first at least lose 99.8s, and then we can at least test the daily EMA 100. I know that range is already not that big, but that is the criteria for me. You can view the yellow meme lines here. I mean, I think I was gauging. Yeah, I was simply gauging this high, this wick high. So if you want to front run that idea, getting back under this wick high most likely means we're going to go and test that daily EMA 100. But am I still super duper bearish at this point? No. I mean, like I was telling the Discord yesterday, this was the easy money. This took no effort. We were able to get an easy move down. And the next objective, once we lost the 34, was a free ride down to the EMA 100. That's why I like my system a lot in downside moves, because it really does work and it gives you an easy objective or areas to watch when you are moving down. Like yesterday, I was telling everyone on the Discord, really should not be scaling longs around the 97 to 98K. This is the spot that you want to actually be defensive and looking for bulls to step in. They did step in. And so now at this point, bulls are really just going to need follow through and a reclaim of 103.1. Getting back above that daily EMA 9 would mean two things. We've reclaimed the daily EMA 9. The criteria on that doesn't change, which is the daily EMA 9 gave us a very easy trade in this range. Once we got back above it, you simply bidded the daily EMA 9 retest that led to expansion moves. Here you lost it one time. Once it got reclaimed, you expanded again. Here you went back to the daily 9, tried to test it a few times before expanding again. And then lastly, when you see we lost the daily 9, it acted as a major point of resistance. And so moving forward, we now see the daily 9 has shifted right around that 103.1. But we also see that daily 9 specifically is above yesterday's wick high, which is exactly what bulls need to see 6-hour downtrend and the lower downtrend actually break. What you don't want to do is aggressively be scaling longs here without confirmation of a trend shift. You very well could do something like this, hit 1031, make a ever so slightly lower high, roll over. Visually, you would see the price divergence here. So that's why, to me, it's just the objective of holding the daily EMA 100 for bulls today, and specifically getting that daily closure above the 9. If those two things can occur, yeah, this will start looking to me like a local bottom at least. And that'll just be in confluence with that 12-hour EMA 100. What you're noticing is that 12-hour EMA 100 was the breakdown point. We tested it and we rejected it. So that is resistance. In confluence with this 12-hour EMA 9 breakdown, what you're noticing is you reclaimed it, and then at this point, you broke down. You have not tested that 12-hour EMA 9 yet, which again, in my system, or this is an easy system, it's a trading system, I guess, which is based on the 12-hour. Anytime the 12-hour reclaims the 9, you simply long on the retest. And once it loses the 9, you close the long. Now, this can work on the flip side, which is once the 12-hour loses the 9, you can short the retest, and you should then be gauging, the next either moving average, or in this case, it would be the SMA 200 or at 95.5. This worked out really easily, and it works mainly well, specifically well when we are in trending markets. Broke down, rejected, took a short here, was able to capitalize on that entire move down. So what do we gather from that? Well, the 12-hour is beautifully lined up nicely, which is the 12-hour 9 most likely gets retested, would not invalidate the lower time frame downtrend yet, because what I'm seeing is clean lower high, clean lower high. This needs to be a lower high somewhere. I mean, for me now, it definitely would make sense to come up right around this region and then reject. This then could be the lower high. And that's why, to me, it's very straightforward today. We wanted to see New York potentially dump us. It did on the lower time frames. We had a nice move down. This got a spring off support, and now what we have is an objective up to the EMA 100 that is sitting right around 102.7s. At that point, you have to really wonder if you're just about to go and take it all the way home and test 103K. But again, I just don't want everyone to get blindsided on this move. We absolutely can bounce. 103.1 is still resistance, though. The 12-hour EMA 100 was the last spot that we rejected before massively breaking down. And then on top of that, you also have here the daily 9 sitting right there. So you want to just be really mindful of all this. You very well could just stay in a range, which is 103.1 resistance, 99.8 support. You very well could do that. What would a range essentially produce if Bitcoin ended up taking this route, which we've seen before? I mean, we've big moves, range, right? And then even on the downside, we've seen this big move down and then a range. So like, it's not totally crazy to be talking about this scenario here. I wanted more of a range, and I'll be honest, yesterday, something like this, that's okay. I mean, we're just in a bigger range. Should have really honestly understood that, but it's fine. And so now what we just need to be gauging is 103K as resistance. The extremity high will be that 103.1. Your objective as a bear is just to not take out yesterday's low. As long as you're not taking out yesterday's low, you then have an active trade on the 6-hour, which is just playing the downtrend. This downtrend is very simple too. There's no reason to fight it. And I will happily give longs once we actually take out this downtrend and flip it up. But until then, you had a lower low. You're in the production of a lower high here. And you're even now starting to reject when you just wicked back. When you got back above the 6-hour 9, you're now almost right back to that point, which has been holding as solid resistance this whole way down. If you simply just looked at this breakdown and you shorted here, you would have printed. You sold and you shorted here, you would have printed. And so I have to logically look at this very simply and say, well, yeah, we are still in a downtrend. The 6-hour 9 is still holding us as resistance. Yeah, we have the objective to going to 103.1. All that would do is retest the 6-hour 21. So if the 6-hour 9 has been this strong of a resistance, how do you think the 21 is going to act? In confluence to with the daily 9 and the 12-hour EMA 100, it's a big zone. Okay. 2 hours hitting the 34 now. Gonna want to see this. Watch carefully. 34, we've been under it. This whole move down. So, as a bull, you're just going to want to see that hold. That should move you up. Now, the objective will be the EMA 100, but with what I just shared, I'm not convinced it's going to get hit. You have the daily, you have the hourly EMA 100 right there as well, right on that 107. Oops. Okay, so the 10-hour ever so slightly recame that SMA 200. It's questionable to even use this on a 10-hour. Let's see the reactions here. Ten-hour SMA 200 actually kind of works well. You can just see how well it was respected the whole way down from 99s all the way down to 74s. That gave you the easy shorts. Let's check here. Did we reclaim it? No, we didn't reclaim that. So actually an interesting closure we're about to have on the 10-hour in 6 hours, which is, you're going to want to start seeing this SMA 200 hold. Still, again, not convinced though, because you're under that 9 and the trend is still down. Trend will always be the factor of everything. It's the basis of a trade. So if I want to get long, I need that trend to shift in the lower time frame. That then is where I can start taking trades. You obviously can't aggressively be longing that EMA 100 on the daily. And there's a reason I didn't tell anyone to long that yesterday, because we don't have enough data on that. Now, I will happily give longs out if this occurs and we start doing this on a daily and holding the 9, perfectly fine. But, this very well could come up, come down, come up, come down, put some structure in, and then break out. And this just takes like a few days at least, or into July. And as a bull, you'd want that because you have volatility resetting on the daily, which is a big point, because the daily here, we've been getting these false breakouts. False breakouts, false breakouts, false breakouts. We're not even able to check to 50%. The hopium going into the weekend, right, because today's Monday, was that, today or on Bitcoin, it was a very valid breakdown on the daily, and we're seeing BBWP validly break out, and it was confirmed. This shifting all the way down today, back under 15%, is a major sign for me, because if that was it and daily volatility is reset and the daily EMA 100 finally got hit and we're not going to lose that, yeah, this is the spot that bulls are going to be using to absolutely break us back above 106K. Reclaiming 106K would mean most likely we're about to test the all-time high. You'd have to really then wonder if we're about to go to 114 and make a new high. We've seen Bitcoin do this before, where it goes on an epic rally. Let me show this. What am I trying to show here? This is a better example. Throughout all of 2024, you really had an easy trade on that EMA 100. You've had these major dumps down before where Bitcoin looks absolutely disgusting, right? Disgusting candle, deviation, almost a bearish retest, nuke. But what didn't get lost? The EMA 100. And then what continued to hold? The EMA 100. And then what sprung us up? Boom, the EMA 100. And then once you reclaimed the daily 9, what occurred? You started to hold it until you broke out. I remember this because everyone was bearish here, and I was saying, well, we honestly potentially bottomed exactly where you would be expecting the bottom. And this kind of reminds me of this scenario. Very clean downtrend. You understood that once this shifted back up while reclaiming the daily 9, there was absolutely no reason to be shorting this, right? This was the last lower high. Boom, broke out, shifted daily downtrend back up. Daily 9 got reclaimed. Had you just taken the long here, you would have been able to capitalize on this entire short down, TP at the perfect spot, and then also go long right before a breakout. And that's why I don't want us to get blindsided at where we're currently at. Yes, Bitcoin was bearish, and we all were expecting a move down to the low 99.8s. That got hit. So we absolutely don't want to be blindsided with volatility fully reset now. This is not in breakdown anymore. And let's check the HBDR. Okay, so let me go to the 2-day. Some more clarity with that one. So, you are in breakdown, but the volatility is not confirming that anymore. That's what makes it tricky, right? You can clearly see that the 38.2% was lost. You can clearly see here that all major moving averages 34.21 on the dailies right there. And it is sitting right around that extremity 104.4 essentially. I know this says 104.2. It's really 104.4 on my other chart. So let me adjust that. Boom. Oh, nope. Right here. Simple. Base just right here on that wick high. So it makes sense. Getting back above 104.4 would make me very bullish, targeting 106. But yeah, so I mean, in summary, you're just kind of waiting and watching. You're watching that 103.3 to 103.1 to reject. Bitcoin's almost there now. 12-hour EMA 9 is a short setup. I may give an Academy short based on this. This could be a very tight RR with your stop simply here. You have the EMA 100, the 12-hour 9, the meme line. You have the daily 9. You have on top of that 8-hour downtrend, potentially a lower high. And then let's go to the 4-hour real quick. You have the 4-hour 34 right there. So you have many, many, many things telling me that this should reject here. And if that doesn't reject and you start seeing it do this and reclaim, well, you'll know, okay, well, lower time frame is now shifted back up. That gives us a higher low trade. We can then be gauging the higher low and having easy stop losses for the longs. Because if you're longing this, where's your stop now? Well, I mean, have to be here technically. Aggressive traders are using this low as your stop, but you very well could just get out on the range trade, right? You're now getting all the shorts out. You're then getting, or no, you're getting all the longs out. You're getting all the shorts out, all the longs out. So really don't discredit the range today. And as a bull, you'd want to see this range actually keep playing out. That way, then lower time frame volatility can actually reset. Because it's going to be very key, right? You want a big move, you got to have volatility actually confirm that. And that's why, you know, us hitting that daily EMA 100, but daily volatility resetting is actually a kind of big sign for me, because bulls could then, in theory, shift that quickly back in their favor, while the 2-day is still brewing a setup on extreme low volatility, the 3-day as well. And then my favorite is the 5-day. 5 days almost reset. On average, this gives you about a 30 to 35% move upon expansion. These are fun to play. You can see here, 5-day expanded right here. We'll take it from that bearish retest. 18%. I mean, I don't even think I measured that all the way correctly, because it technically started to expand here. Oh no, I did, yeah, 19%. So remember, on average, but still a pretty meaty move. I'll be definitely not upset if I made 19% on a short. Here, this was a failed one. I mean, this was just a lot of chop, because this one, yeah, this was the 19% move. This is a better one. We can just even take it from here, like 58%. And be mindful, can easily do this, chops, right? I mentally noted that once it reset ever so slightly here, that's when we actually broke out. But even on this false breakout, this still gave you a pretty nice move. Now look at that, 22%. What am I trying to bring home here? The 5-day is about to reset. This gives you very big moves on average. What you're noticing here is the 5-day 38.2% is right at that 100K level. It's important to keep watching that, because again, if you just start losing 99.8s, you're going to know that the 5 days in a breakdown with 5-day BBWP, possibly even giving us that setup within the next 5-day candle. While even losing the 5-day 9, that 5-day 9 has shifted to where? 103.5. So into next 5-day, where could you easily see that shift to? 103.3. Interesting. 103.3 will still be the big spot for me. It doesn't matter what happens in between that. You either as a bull need to see 103.3 get reclaimed, i.e. the daily 9, or you need to see then 99.8s get rejected. You lose the daily EMA 100. When we lose the daily EMA 100, this will give me a very easy short to the SMA 200. It just works out usually every time. Most times, I won't say every, most times, because then I'll get clipped. Lost the daily EMA 100, lost the meme line, took a short here, just per your chart, you would have been able to capitalize on a free, what percentage move? 11% move in one day. Very, 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 very easy trade. You then had an SFP play, led to the bearish retest. You taken this short to the SMA 200, another 10% trade. And that's why I love the the EMA 100 and the SMA 200. They really can give you easy trades. And so going into Friday, we were talking about if we start expanding down from the 34, which we did, and breaking down from 103.1, which was the capitulation spot, your first objective is daily EMA 100. You've hit that. So if you start losing that, where's the next objective? Well, it has to be here at the SMA 200, and that's at 95.5, and that is the extremity low for me. If you start losing 95.5, what does that put everything at risk of? Well, you have the weekly 21 possibly about to get lost. At that point, then, once you lost the weekly 21, you essentially capitulated last time. The next objective for me will be right around $92,000 to $91,000. Where is that sitting? Right by? Well, that would be the monthly EMA 9. How my system works is you gauge the daily. If you're under the daily EMA 100, this can ultimately make you more aggressive on shorts. You get a free move to the SMA 200. Once you lose the SMA 200, this gives you ultimate confluence to be a mega bear. Because you know that the weekly 9, which is my second criteria, has been lost, which it did this last week. This weekly 9 has officially been lost. Keep in mind, this entire bull market, not entire bull market, I'm thinking of the monthly 9. This entire range, though, from the low 85s all the way up to all-time high, we've been holding the weekly 9. This just got lost. It's a big sign for me. So what can I decipher from that? Into this new week, you're either going to start seeing bulls engulf this candle, really flex and reclaim, giving you into like the next candle on the weekly. If that occurs, like if this occurs, what would be the easy trade? Well, the weekly 9 throwback, simple. Or you're going to either bigly reject. This is going to give you confluence of this. You've lost weekly 9. Your next objective will be what? The 21. This tells you that the SMA 200 will come into play. Losing this 21 gives you the free move to 92s. My third criteria is the monthly 9. This entire bull market, Bitcoin has held the monthly 9. And even in early April, when I was getting extremely bearish, even talking about a bear market here, I still mentioned that the hopium still is that the monthly 9 was holding. And that worked out pretty damn well. It still does. And that's why we don't want to discredit that. Anytime you hit the monthly 9, it's just been kind of like the spot. You can wick below it, of course, but the key is no monthly closures under the monthly 9. That's sitting right at $91,000. So, what can we take from this? Well, it's all really just going to be dependent on the daily 9 going into today. You don't want as a bear, you want 103.1 to reject. That's incoming. So you're going to be potentially getting a new short trade here very soon. You want 103.1 to reject, losing the daily EMA 100. Once that gets lost, you then have like a domino effect. You know that, okay, 95.5 is next. It's the weekly 21. You lose that, you're going to go to the weekly 34, which will be right at that EMA 9 on the monthly, which will be the last spot for me to see if we are truly in a bull market. Very simple criteria on that monthly 9 is, it really works well in investors if you just bid the monthly 9. But on the flip side, if you lose the monthly 9, it really works well to short it. So yeah, you can just see here. You've lost the monthly 9. This went straight to the 21, but this candle was still a 29% move down. Once you lost the monthly 9, you rallied off the 21, went up to resistance, and then at that rejection here, you went down 60%. That's why it's really important to be gauging this zone. So, in summary, you're watching 103.3 today. That's just as simple as it can become. That's going to be a big spot. Lower time frame trend can potentially shift. You see here, we're almost at resistance. So, you're going to need, as a bear, you're really going to start shorting this region. And this is going to be like free money because this really could just roll over super tight. RR trade, everyone's long here. And then this just gives the daily another chance of hitting the EMA 100. And then we can potentially spring. Because we've seen this before. Like the daily EMA 100 can get hit once, twice, but like, does it break out? No. Reverts back, breaks down. See something else. Even on that example in 2024, you did have a few bites of the apple, right? It wasn't like an immediate pump. And that pump, keep in mind, wasn't a major bullish move. You still had a few bites of the apple, though, here. So that's what I'm saying. Just don't get blindsided about that. Very easily could retest that today. Bulls, essentially, the easy trade will be a spring off that. So just be mindful of that. Watch the levels. Watch the 12-hour EMA 100. It's a pretty big zone. You see how much I'm talking about the daily EMA 100. So you very well could just play with between the 12-hour EMA 100 and the daily EMA 100. And then you're in some weird moving average range, which again is in theory bullish for bulls. We can look at Tether dominance now. So yeah, I mean, off first glance, I could draw another meme line. Obviously, we can use this wick high now. It already is support, broke out, back tested. So now you just need to be gauging that as support. That's right around 4.98%. You could be gauging that as a range, right? Using 4.98 to like 5%. We've seen that hold before, like right. Where is it? 5%, yeah, like right there. So it's like, this is in breakout mode. This is looking like a throwback. Could you maybe go to the daily 9? Yeah, potentially. But I bet you're already at the 5. Oh, look at that. You're almost to the 5. So what does this probably line up with? Well, that probably lines up with the 12-hour retesting that 12-hour EMA 100 and then breaking down. All right, that just makes a lot of sense to me. It goes up a little bit more and then rolls over. Tether dominance, it'll look like it. Oh, it's even throwing it back to the 12-hour SMA 200 as we speak. So you really should be looking for shorts still, in my opinion. I'm not really bullish on Bitcoin quite yet. I need that EMA 100 to really prove to me that it is support, and I don't just count yesterday as, okay, we're good to go up. No, I need to actually see that hold first, and then also I need bulls to keep buying off that EMA 100. If you today start going back under the EMA 100, that'll be a big sign for me. We'll shift to our lower time frame, see if the 12-hour we'll get that move to that SMA 200. But until then, the point I'm really trying to bring home on Tether dominance is, yeah, this is still very bullish. I bet you even the HPDR is in breakout mode. Yeah, you're even testing the 50% and the daily EMA 5. And the daily EMA 5, just so you all know, has been holding pretty well. So it's could this happen? Maybe it tests again and then breaks out. Yeah, absolutely. Fills this wick. I mean, because we hit the mean line. That was my next objective, 5.23. I always talked about it. It got hit. So rejection shouldn't surprise you. It's just similar to the 99.8 region got hit. So that, again, a bounce around that region really shouldn't have surprised you. But now it's are we going to deviate and break down and that was it? Or is this actually going to flip into support and have a few bites of resistance, kind of like what we saw here? Rejected, came down, broke back out, even took the high out, still rejected 5.23%. Here you got the deviation and a breakdown. Until that actually occurs, though, this is a very, very, very real possibility. Something to notice, 2-day volatilities above the moving average. We've seen this before. Got to see a break above 15% to confirm that, though. This has implications, though, because if the 2-day starts firing off, could then bleed into...
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but am I the only one that is getting a robot sound?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Then I guess my internet is fucked. Right.
Am I the only one getting that robot sound?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I'm sure the comments would have said something. They always should catch us. So yeah, that's it. Really, the point I'm trying to bring home today is you're rallying right up against resistance. You got the logical bounce off the daily EMA 100. That's free money. Now you really need this to be reclaimed. 1031 on Bitcoin, reclaiming the 12-hour EMA 100. That's what I'm literally going to trade today. So watch that. The 12-hour EMA 100 can't reject. And you need the daily to reclaim the 9. If all those things can occur, specifically the daily EMA 9 reclaim, okay, I'll potentially be talking about a bottom here. But until then, you're still at a very big risk of this literally bouncing from 5%. What is that? A psychological number, throwing it back, and then breaking out. And then that just leads to the 12-hour SMA 200 holding, which is exactly what you really need to hold as a bear. Like, in my opinion, bears absolutely need this SMA 200 to hold. You start deviating that, okay. Now we can then potentially start talking about like a big dump scenario. You can just see the last occurrence where that happened. Big dump scenario. So you kind of see my point, right? Like Bitcoin's at resistance currently. We're still in a downtrend, while Tether dominance is still just like hitting massive support. So I'm going to, after this, potentially give an Academy short as like literally around here, playing the 12-hour here. That seems very likely and very easy. Why? Because I can do that because it's free money. Because I know if I'm wrong, I'm okay taking a 0.3% haircut for potentially an easy move to like, I don't know, 99.8 again, 3%. That's like insane RR. And that's easy money. So watch that, boys, as we speak. It's very important. Yeah, look at that. We already hit the EMA 100. So now we're in theory kind of good to go down now. Yeah. So hopefully that made sense. Bitcoin dominance. So it's cool because let's go to the weekly because we did actually do something new here. Bitcoin dominance did break the high. That's great. It's what you want to see. It's exactly what bulls, their objective was, right in this zone here. When we were holding the weekly 9, we literally here said next objective has to be this high and nothing else. And it did it. So now this is in a weekly uptrend. You know, higher high comes higher lows. If you want to get real shallow and dirty, it could literally bounce off that major wick high that we formed back in May and then literally bottom and then start making its move all the way up to 69.5%, right for the culture. For me, that is the next objective for Tether dominance. And what you're noticing, or for Bitcoin dominance. And what you're noticing is even the weekly volatility is reset. So on that major move down, didn't really do anything but reset volatility. Bulls have now shifted this back into an uptrend. This is like the definition of bullish. Crazy. I mean, Ethereum bulls really thought they were doing something different. They really wanted the breakdown, and all this probably just turned into as a macro high or low. Let's check. No, not really obvious. About the monthly. Oh yeah. Yeah, all this was a monthly high or low. And again, a throwback to the, am I tripping? Yeah, no, throwback to the EMA 100, which again, when we reclaimed it here, you know, that's what we were talking about. Like that was a big zone. So am I surprised that that's where kind of the rally or the dump stopped? No, not at all. That's actually extremely bullish to me. And remember, Bitcoin dominance is extremely bullish. I mean, this is the most bullish it's ever been in the history of its chart. So monthly EMA 100 reclaims insane. You're also on a monthly breakdown. Next objective is 67.7%. For me, I just get confluence that, yeah, we're going to start making our way up to 69.5%. It's going to be a big zone. 69.5% major. If you get up there and you start reclaiming it, specifically above that 69.5 to like 70, yeah, this will be like in, yeah, this will just confirm what we already know, which is this is the strongest it's ever been based on the monthly MA 100 reclaim. Actually holding above 70% would be a major shift because what you're noticing is if you've rejected it here, 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 any reclaims have led to deviations that have led to devastating dumps. Getting back above that 70%, that would confirm, yeah, this is the strongest we've ever seen Bitcoin dominance ever. Right? You've
I think the whole cryptoverse has been jizzed on by Ben Cowan.
Basically,
this chart.
Because like you've never, since the breakdown back in 2017, ever have seen it like fully hold the zone. But it reclaiming back of the monthly MA 100 has that implication for me at least. And yeah, this is like a major move up for Bitcoin dominance. And this is where you get your $500 ETH, in my opinion. And it would make sense, would it not? I mean, you had a major alt season when you collapsed from these zones. So why would you get the opposite, which is alt absolutely capitulating with Bitcoin dominance approaching like 80 79.5%. No joke here. This gap, once you reclaim 69.5%, will open up a major range for Bitcoin dominance of potentially 14%. This could be your $500, $600 Ethereum, just so everyone knows. Because of Ethereum, which remember, we talked about support here. If it loses this 1623 level, yeah, its next objective will be here. And that's your $600 ETH. And that's your probably like 75% on Bitcoin dominance, 80%. So pretty insane chart. Can we get degenerate with it? No, not really. So yeah, that's all I have on markets. Watch 1031 as resistance, 99.8 as support, could be the new range. 12-hour EMA 100 is what I'm focused on today. And I'm gauging essentially the the 5% psychological number to hold on Tether dominance.
Show me your chart, Farhan.
Beautiful. That's what my chart is. My chart is beautiful.
Is it? It's the most beautiful chart I've ever seen. You see lots of charts. Not a lot of good ones, lots of bad ones, but this one's good.
A lot of colors, a lot of lines, believe me. A lot of lines. Not many good lines. Let me tell you, not a lot of good lines. Very sad. Not a lot of good lines.
If people walk behind me when they see my charts and they think I'm doing something crazy, I can't imagine what they do when they walk past you. They're like, "Stop it, sir."
That's why
Stop it.
That's why I'm ashamed to open up. That's why I'm ashamed to open up a chart in public. I always get that imposter syndrome feeling where I feel like I'm just looking like a LARP.
Thank God you're good.
All right. Debatable. I'm going to start out with the low time frames on Bitcoin. And I'm going to start with the RSI before I move back into the HPDR and then get to the RSI again. But I'm going to start out with the RSI because on this previous closure, on the 2-hour close, which we had about 23 minutes ago, we confirmed 3 drives of bullish divergence right here with a buy signal on the jewel, nice little pink getting over the yellow, and in the bearish control zone, light blue getting out of the bearish control zone, while we're about to get double extreme on our BBWP. So as long as we are closing over about 100,750, odds are higher than not that on that double extreme, we are going to touch the bullish control zone, which right now that sits at about 105,880. Does it line up with any of our EMAs? Lines up very closely to our 2-hour 200 SMA. Let's go to the 1 hour. Hourly has also confirmed, many drives of bullish divergence on this previous closure. And as long as we are closing over 100,750, that is going to be active. And now volatility has fully reset, sitting at about 40% from many periods of 100%. And we would have a target of the critical zone of that bullish divergence, which is currently sitting at about $103,000. So $103,000 is going to be our minimum target off of these bullish divergences. And now we have fully reset volatility back below the neutral 50% zone and ready to run again on this volatility with that bullish divergence. And this could be kind of seen as somewhat of a bastardized United States pattern. Here's your cup, here's your handle phase, a little bit of a long handle phase, but as soon as you break over this major rejective lower high, which we already have gotten the close, and as long as we're holding over this area, it is set to go towards this 200, right around that 104. Now let's go to the let's just finish the RSI while we're on it. Instead of going back and forth. Today we'll start with the RSI. Tether still got 3 drives of bearish divergence on the RSI with a nice little head and shoulders, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing below about 5.85%. Monthly has now put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, which is going to be active as long as you're closing below 6.24%. This is the first drive of hidden bearish divergence Tether has ever had in the monthly RSI. Because usually we just go from bullish divergence to bearish divergence and it's a cycle there. This has been the first kind of complicated, interesting little cycle that we've had where a monthly bearish divergence on Bitcoin has been invalidated and a monthly Tether hidden bearish divergence has been validated. Pretty interesting. And this divergence would give us a target of hitting the excuse me. This divergence would have a target of hitting the bearish control zone, which right now sits at about 3.17%. Lands pretty closely with our monthly 100 EMA. 2-week currently has many drives of bullish divergence, although it's kind of a formality on the invalidation. I don't know why it hasn't populated on the invalidation. I'm guessing it's my settings, because we did get 2 closures right here, which would have confirmed the invalidation. I guess I have to change my settings back. Nothing there. 5 days about to put in 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. It will confirm with any close over about 4.91%. And that would, with volatility, give us a minimum target of hitting the neutral zone, which right now is at about 5.55%. Interesting. Nothing. Daily currently has active hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing above. Oh, and you have a nice fresh silver cross to the upside. Going to be active as long as you're closing over about 4.97%. And the next move, oh, you've already hit the critical zone, so it can't really give you much. Nothing there. Now let's switch back to Bitcoin. Bitcoin still has active 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're over 76,702. Your next move is into the critical zone, which is going to update in 7 days, but right now it's at about 204,000. Monthly has now invalidated the bearish divergence, put in a drive of hidden bullish divergence, depending on the jewel, as well as the stochastic, as well as the RSI. And you've confirmed a volatility setup, and it's going to be active divergence as long as you're closing over 74,441. Your next move is into the critical zone, which sits at about 160K. 2 weeks still has active hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing over 74,441. Next move is into the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about 110K. Weekly, nothing. 6-day also still has a hidden bullish divergence, but it's very close to putting in a drive bearish divergence. And that will be 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of bearish divergence, and it will confirm with any close below 102,758 in about 9.5 hours. And if that does confirm, that will give you an easy move to the simple moving average, which right now is at about $91,000. 5 day, nothing. 5 days also about to put in drive of bearish divergence. Interesting. That will confirm with a close below 103,402. And that will give you a move into the edge of the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about 96.5. Interesting. Daily also has hidden bearish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below 103.4. And your next move is into the critical zone, which you already, I believe, are at. No, the critical zone's at 101.850. Very close. And nothing on the 4-hour. Pretty close to putting in a nice bullish engulfing on the 4-hour. It's got to close over about 102, 129, and that will confirm. And then that will give you that move into the 104s to 105s, right between this 55 and this 100. Three hours also about to put in drive hidden bullish divergence. It keeps appearing and disappearing. It's got about half an hour. You need to close over 101,962 for that to confirm. And if that does confirm, that'll give you a minimum move into the neutral zone, which right now is at about 102.8. And then the bullish control zone is at about 105.8. That'll be a double extreme on your RSI. So I would be looking at the bullish control zone, which is around the 105s. 2-hour has that bullish divergence confirmed that we already mentioned. Hourly has the bullish divergence. Now let's check on the momentum chart. Tether has still got heavy momentum to the downside on the quarterly, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're below 5.67%. But as long as you're closing over 2.23%, which is this low here, you will eventually confirm hidden bullish divergence, which is going to be the end of the crypto up party. Monthly is currently pointed to the upside, but within the next 2 monthly closures, you will be at the edge of the bearish control zone, and at that level, it's going to be much harder for the bulls to keep the momentum up. 2 week has already flipped to the downside, what we're looking to happen on the monthly, and you got volatility fully reset, and you're pointed down below 5.24%. So even if we go to that 5.55% number, the quarterly will still be pointed to the downside. Weekly is now flipped up with volatility contraction, and it will be flipped up above 4.53%. 5 days also flipped up with volatility contraction, almost fully reset, and we will be flipped up above 4.56%. 2 days also flipped up with the volatility just about to start expanding, and we will be flipped up above 4.91%. Daily is very close to flipping down, and it will flip down if we can close today below 5.04%. And if we do flip this daily down, this will be confirmation for me that the higher low is in on Bitcoin, and we're probably going to go to new all-time highs. It's going to come down to this daily closure. 4 hours now flipped down, and we will be flipped down below about 5.25%. And if we can get a close below about 5.05, I believe. Yeah, 5.05% on a 4-hour basis, we likely will get volatility expansion, and we're going to get some nice dumping action on Tether. Now let's switch back to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is still positioned heavily to the upside on the quarterly, and it will be pointed up as long as you're closing over 95,200 with volatility expansion from the lowest level ever. Monthly is also positioned freshly to the upside, and it has confirmed the volatility setup with monthly closing over that 15%. And the monthly volatility setup does have a 100% hit rate of playing out in the direction of momentum. And momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're closing over about $103,800. So we have about 7 days for the bulls to push this back up. And if this does fail, this would be the first time in Bitcoin history that the monthly setup has failed, which has never happened. So I kind of would bet on the side of current trend, which is that the monthly setup will play out. 2 week is also giving us a volatility setup with many periods of below 15% volatility, and we have momentum flip to the upside above $96,800. Weekly is currently flipped down with volatility contracting, telling it's likely going to be a higher low, and you are flipped down below $110,000, $109,950. 5 days also flipped down with volatility contraction, and it's going to be flipped down below $107,350. 2 days also flipped down with 2 periods of 0% volatility, and we are flipped down rejecting the bullish control zone as long as we're below 105,350. Daily is now very close to flipping up, although we are still below the pivot, and volatility is now almost fully reset, and we will be flipped down below 103,550. And 4 hours now nicely flipped to the upside on momentum, and it will with volatility contraction. So as of now, you should be looking for a lower high until you get a close above about 103. 103. If you get a close over 103 on the 4-hour basis, it likely will get volatility expansion, and then from there you're probably going to go pretty rapidly to 104s. Right now, 4-hour will be flipped up above 98,450. On the 2 hours, also flipped up. About to get a double extreme, and we will be flipped up above 1014. Okay, so all of the high time frames on Bitcoin are still extremely bullish. Quarterly has always remained to the upside on momentum. Monthly has now freshly flipped up, putting in hidden bullish divergence, invalidating the monthly bearish divergence, confirming a monthly volatility setup, which does have a 100% hit rate. Pretty unwise to bet against a 100% hit rate to think this time is going to be different. Most likely, it's going to continue to play out until it doesn't. And that usually has more than a 100% move in playing out to the upside. Right now, I'm not going to even entertain a 100% move. I'm looking at a area of that monthly median around $150,000. If you can get above there, that would be a nice bonus, but that's just what I'm looking at right now. And the 2 week is also giving us a volatility setup with bullish divergences. We have bullish divergences all the way down to the 2 hour. We have an hourly bullish divergence. We have 3 hour about to confirm bullish divergence. And all of that would give you a minimum target of hitting somewhere around 103 to 104. On a bullish side, we can go hit somewhere around high 105s, but I still would assume that we are going to be more on the bearish side as long as we are below that previous Friday's high, which is at about 106,531. As long as we are below that area, I would assume it's bullish. Once you get over that area, and preferably a daily close over that area, I'm going to be more on the side that we're probably going to go to all-time highs. But right now, I am looking for a move into somewhere around 10. Let's give you a range between 103.5 and 105.5, and I'd say the probabilities are somewhere around 65% that we'll reject there, and 35% that we won't. And I'm going to have to reevaluate once we get there. If we can start accepting over that area, I'm going to think we're going to all-time highs. Right now, minimum, the least I'm willing to say is we're probably going to go somewhere between 103.5 or 105.5. And the invalidation on it is going to be getting any tick below about, we don't have to go all the way that far. We can use any tick below about $95,847, or any weekly, any daily close below about, we could use, not that one. Let's say $98,000. Any daily close below $98,000, or any tick below 90, was it 847. But aside from that, I am looking for 103.5 to 105.5 before anything else, based on the divergences.
Makes sense. Make the sense. Thank you. Thank you. We're gonna do Rivian and the Japanese yen versus the dollar later. Next.
I got a Rivian.
Nice. Got it. Thank you. Estamos viendo los Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Como pueden ver, continuamos en esa super tendencia alcista. Este es un gráfico de 2 semanas. Vamos rápido a la trimestral. Déjenme ver rápido la de 6 meses. Quiero ver algo. Ok. Ok, aquí estamos en la trimestral. Habíamos platicado, como siempre, qué forma una estructura alcista. Bastante fácil. Tienes altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos y altos más altos, junto con bajos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos y bajos más altos. Todo esto nos da una perfecta estructura alcista en los Bitcoin, en la trimestral, en el gráfico trimestral. Cada una de estas velas son 3 meses. Y abajo, en este momento también estamos viendo que volatilidad está expandiendo por encima de nuestro promedio, y esa volatilidad viene del punto más bajo en esta tabla, y eso nos ha dado un movimiento a la alza bastante agresivo en Bitcoin, y continúa la expansión. Recuerden que esto es nuestro indicador que se llama BBWP. La línea de colores que cambia de colores es volatilidad, la blanca es el promedio de volatilidad, y consideramos expansión cuando estamos por encima del promedio, encima de la línea blanca, cuando cruza. Pero idealmente lo que más nos gusta a nosotros es cuando baja, se queda acá en cerca del 0% y después vuelve a subir del 15% y por encima también de su promedio. Esos son nuestros setups favoritos, pero este, siendo el setup más bajo de toda la tabla de Bitcoin, también lo tiene que hacer uno de los más fuertes de toda su historia. Y justamente es lo que estamos viendo, ¿no? Digo, hemos destruido altos históricos con altos históricos. Habíamos visto nuestro cierre más alto en $93,000 trimestral, y ahora faltan 7 días y 10 horas para ver cómo cierra esta, pero estamos en los $101,000, casi $10,000 por encima. Se ve bastante bien en este momento los Bitcoin en este gráfico trimestral. Además de eso, les pongo el HPDR. Tenemos ya un toque de la parte alta de la zona azul. Nos gustaría volver a retestear por ahí de los $114,000 con otra buena empujada. Siempre y cuando estemos por encima de la media arriba de 88,000, deberíamos de tener esto como objetivo. Más allá de eso, nos iríamos al 50%, que son los $147,000, que es nuestro objetivo más realista, que sería siguiente si es que nos quedamos en este modo súper alcista. Vamos a la mensual, voy a quitar el HPDR, denme 30 minutos, que acabo de hacer que, perfecto, ahí está. Vamos a la mensual. La mensual tiene momentum apuntando para arriba, tiene divergencia alcista todavía hasta el momento, solamente por debajo de los $93,000 perderíamos esta divergencia alcista. Cuando tienes momentum, una divergencia alcista y momentum apuntando para arriba, eso nos da, más aparte un setup de volatilidad, nos ha dado 100% de las veces un movimiento agresivo a la alza de más de 100% en promedio. No estamos esperando eso, estamos esperando mínimo los 150, bueno, por ahí de los 150, no mínimo, es lo que para nosotros sería lo que sigue. Esta, una vez más, esta divergencia alcista sería borrada, no esta, estás viendo volatilidad, pero la divergencia alcista en esta tabla sería borrada por un cierre debajo de $93,000. Todavía faltan 7 días para cerrar. Esto todo puede pasar. Estamos en los 101,660. Volatilidad está contrayendo, está por encima del promedio, pero apuntando para abajo en este momento, aunque la volatilidad está apuntando para arriba. Esto puede significar que es simplemente una corrección, lo que estamos viendo en esta vela. Vamos a poner el HPDR para también poderlo ver bien de cerca, justamente. Están viendo que estamos en la entrada, en la puerta de la zona azul. Una vez que podamos pasar y tener cierres, y es justo lo que dice Farhan, por encima de $106,000, deberíamos de apuntar para ir a la media en los 137 y la parte alta que ya sería mamada, ahí de los $170,000. 137,000 sería nuestro siguiente objetivo en esta tabla. Además, volteando a ver volatilidad, está preparando uno de los setups más calientes de toda la historia si se vuelve a regresar por acá y escupirla para arriba. Oh, wow. 2 semanas, 8 de la mañana, Trump, Putin, Trump, ok, aquí estamos por encima del promedio, aquí atentos. Todos estos setups de volatilidad nos dan mínimo un movimiento de 35% a la alza o a la baja. Estamos esperando que simplemente la volatilidad expanda y expanda por encima de esta línea verde. Una vez que estemos por ahí, estaríamos viendo a dónde está apuntando el precio y la volatilidad, que la volatilidad en la de 2 semanas continúa apuntando hacia arriba y eso nos debería de dictar más o menos a dónde vamos. Siguiente objetivo van a ser los 113,800, que es básicamente lo que habíamos platicado en la trimestral, en la mensual. Y después de ahí, nuestro 61.8% debería de ser idealmente lo que sigue a ser tocado, que está en los $132,000. Es la de 2 semanas. Semanal tienes volatilidad contrayendo. Me parece que en la semanal o la de 5 días es donde el momentum empieza a apuntar para abajo y eso nos dice que estamos ante una corrección, una posible corrección, donde vamos a encontrar un bajo más alto que los de antes. Ya se dio con esta vela en los 98, no sabemos, puede que sea acá hasta los 96 y es la zona que nos gustaría que aguantara, que justamente esta línea meme no sea rota a la baja y porque eso nos pondría en una mala situación en toda la tabla para todas las temporalidades diferente. Por ahora estamos por debajo del promedio del 5 y el promedio del 9 en la semanal. Nos gustaría ver un retesteo de este promedio del 9 en los 107,341 y poder romperlo a la alza. Eso nos llevaría a la media en los 110 y de ahí a los $126,000. 5 días tenemos volatilidad también contrayendo con momentum apuntando para abajo, al mismo tiempo que venimos y corregimos a esta zona en los 99,126, que es donde está el promedio del 21. Ahora, si esto ya fue el fin, pues ahí deberíamos estar contentos y poder dar momentum a los alcistas y continuar, pero por ahora lo que está en cuestión es si este alto más alto ya fijó el siguiente bajo más alto. Y ahora eso es lo que pensamos que está en duda todavía. No hay una respuesta contundente, rotundentemente contundente. Vamos a la de 2 días. 2 días justo aguantando nuestro promedio del 34 por acá con el retesteo del 21 y el 5. Y esto es lo que nos hace la tesis de poder venir a retestear hasta esta zona acá y ser rechazados haciendo un alto más bajo, que sería brutalmente engañoso y eso nos podría llevar aún más abajo. Aunque por ahora esperemos que este sea el más bajo a que se vaya a dar en la tabla, si es que somos alcistas. Volatilidad está en 0. Puedes ver que está poniendo 2 periodos de nula volatilidad y está por encima del promedio, pero todavía por debajo del 15%, lo que todavía no nos da ese delicioso movimiento que estamos buscando. Diaria, estamos justamente interesante con el 9 y el 21 cruzando invertidamente y también el 9 bajando el 34, lo que nos enseña que hay debilidad en esta tabla. El 5 ya está por debajo del 55 y justamente rebotamos en el promedio del 100. Sí, no podemos romper justamente, primero, lo más importante son los 103,900 a la alza. Vamos a tener problemas. Si no podemos romper estos 104,600 al alza, vamos a tener aún más problemas. Y si nos quedamos por debajo de la media en 107, hicimos un alto más bajo en este momento con un bajo más bajo. Eso nos pondría en una muy diferente posición en la que estamos ahorita, con volatilidad regresando una vez más de toda esta maldita jugadera que se está dando a la baja. Al mismo tiempo, los voy a llevar a ver la dominancia de Bitcoin, pero para ponérselo sencillo con esto, y les voy a decir ahorita el por qué viendo las demás tablas. Pueden ver que tenemos básicamente, estos altos más bajos en la tabla de los Bitcoin. Pum, pum, pum. Y al mismo tiempo tienes bajos más bajos. En realidad aquí hay un canal paralelo que podemos apreciar un poco mejor. Segundo, no me gustó ese ángulo. Listo. ¡Ta madre! Ahí está. Por cierto, esta es una bandera alcista. Para todo el mundo que lo esté viendo, esta es una de las formas de consolidación más alcistas que existen. Y lo he dicho 1 millón de veces. Cuando empieces a ver que esto está haciendo altos más bajos y bajos más bajos. ¿Por qué? Porque esta es una consolidación alcista en vez de bajista. La razón es porque se ve bajista. Y normalmente cuando vienes a armar nuevos bajos dentro de una tendencia, te está diciendo que va a ir para abajo. Pero esto, si nos ponemos una vez más a ver todo este movimiento, es básicamente uno de esos patrones de taza y copa que se miden de acá para acá. Yo diría este movimiento delicioso y sabroso. Y una vez que rompas esto a la alza, los 107, los 104,500, $140,000 es el movimiento que te debería de dar después, hasta los $140,000, lo que da aún más confluencia, lo que nos estaban diciendo Alex y Farhan. Aunque por ahora lo que no sabemos es si ya se acabó y encontramos este bajo más bajo o si vamos a continuar haciéndolo. Y puedes ver el rechazo viene no solamente en la diaria de estos promedios, pero también de la media. Así que para nosotros va a ser importante poder romper estos 102,600 a la alza y empezar a vencer estos promedios. De no poder hacerlo, le vamos a dar más preferencia a la baja y de poder hacerlo a la alza. Por ahora estamos en un no trade zone. El trade está aquí arriba para poder invalidarlo en corto acá. No está aquí abajo. Vamos a la dominancia de Bitcoin, que está en fuego, damas y caballeros. No es un alto histórico, pero es un máximo local. Les voy a poner la de 2 semanas para que lo puedan ver. Es una verdadera locura. ¿Qué es esto? No, mala dominancia de Bitcoin. No me acuerdo por qué lo dije. Pero ahí vamos de vuelta para acá. Se llega a dar el movimiento hasta esta línea y estamos hablando de uno de esos patrones donde nos llevaría al 107%, que es máximo histórico en la dominancia de Bitcoin. Esto sería pésimo para las alts, que todo el mundo está esperando vayan al cielo por alguna razón. Hasta que no veas esto doblarse y perder esto oficialmente, este canal alcista, no toques altcoins. Es un error gigantesco. ¿Por qué? Porque en la mensual te está enseñando la dominancia de Bitcoin, la fuerza que trae está por encima del promedio del 100. Esta es la primera vez que lo toma desde que populó. Y eso te debería de decir lo fuerte que está. Un cruce plateado también a la alza, lo puedes ver justamente acá, donde el amarillo se fue por encima del 55, que es el naranja. Eso quiere decir que cualquier caída al promedio del 9 va a ser oportunidad de comprarla. Me parece que puedes tradear la dominancia de Bitcoin en Binance, en un par en Binance. Pero puta, esto lleva muchísima fuerza y va a continuar. Lo que hace que las alts tengan estos momentos, ¿qué es? Impresión dura de dinero, señores. Impresión absolutamente ridícula de dinero es lo que crea este escenario. Este escenario a la baja es lo que quieres ver, no a la alza. Esto va a dar continuación al rally de Bitcoin tal cual. Y la dominancia de Tether. La dominancia de Tether también nos pone la pregunta en la mesa. ¿Por qué? Ahí les va. Porque queramos o no, bajo, bajo más alto, 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 alto más alto. Está localmente haciendo un alto más alto. Si la dominancia de Tether llega a pasar este 5.11% a la alza, que no veo por qué no tenga que, ya lo habíamos puesto acá, que probablemente iba a venir a darse una vuelta hasta acá. Esto nos diría que Bitcoin en corto plazo va para abajo. Es el ajuste. Básicamente esto es lo contrario a lo que hace Bitcoin, entonces bastante sencillo de entender. Pero también tienes que ver que tienes un cruce plateado a la alza en tu temporalidad diaria. Eso quiere decir que si puede caer esto y ajustar hasta el 4,91% y rebotar e ir a buscar un alto más alto. Puesto sencillo. Estamos volteando a ver los Bitcoin. Estamos intentando descifrar si vamos a hacer un bajo más bajo que este o si ya vamos para arriba. Aquí hay un trade más sencillo. Este es un corto. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes esto de invalidación. Una vez que estés por encima de los 6,400, 103,400, perdón, lo cortas y esta entrada sería en 102,565. Ahora, long, tienes que agarrar esta zona y aquí es donde dirías, vámonos por aquí arriba y ahí es donde quedaríamos viendo en positivo, si es que es ahí donde vamos. Es importante estar viendo este gráfico en este momento porque está justamente en esos momentos importantes donde tienes que estar por encima de ahí y ver dónde cierra antes de meter cualquier trade, porque si no, te va a robar tu dinero. Así que paciencia va a ser lo que más te va a jugar con esto. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vámonos, Alex. What do you got? The yen.
Yeah, the yen versus dollar. Dollar versus yen.
The Japanese yen. Oh no, that's the Chinese.
Yeah.
Vurganomo. Zunamala ganabayo. Gandon zerwa. Bantayo.
Like a Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball Zera.
Find out how the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
I went to the first time in my life to Japan with my friend Pato when he was racing for Red Bull up there. And we stayed at a really dope hotel in Tokyo. And every time the door opened in the elevator or closed, it would go to door open, door close. Dude, it's still till today we call each other. I'm like, door open. Fucking incredible sound effects in Japan.
That's funny.
The one thing that I will never get out of my head is that little music that plays when you go into the Family Marts and the 7-Elevens.
I didn't
going in at 2 or 3, going in at 2 or 3 in the morning for a strong zero. It's the liquid of my people.
I bet it is. I bet it is.
I know that
9% alcohol in one of those little cans. They got the big cans too.
Damn.
Yeah, that was a fun trip. I want to go back to Japan soon.
I was
Alex,
drunk
just look at the
24/7
daily
in Japan.
quickly.
Just to go look ski.
Look at that fucky ass candle.
Yeah, that is surely fucky. So then it's easy today. You're just watching to see if the EMA 100 holds or not.
Basically.
That was essentially what sparked the major move down here. So there's no reason to overcomplicate it. We've often seen when that EMA 100 deviates, it often is the spark of a big move. But it doesn't mean that it can't hold it. And so this is a very fucky wick and candle, but we are still above it. And so then that's why I want to segue to the lower time frames and see what's good. So we see here the 4-hour EMA 9 just got hit. So now we have a point of reference, which is, when if you start seeing that 4-hour EMA 9 get lost, you at least then get confluence of a move down to the 21. That's at 145.90. You then can say, well, if that occurs and we go down to like 145.90, most likely then not going to hold the daily 9. That's why to me, I'm gauging now that 4-hour EMA 9. That's going to be important. Bulls just simply want that to hold. The 2 hours about to close. You notice that 2-hour EMA 9 has been holding. So now it would make absolute sense to see that get lost, rally up, reject. That way, then this has implications for potentially the 4-hour EMA 9 getting lost. The yen is looking weak, though. I mean, it's even at the EMA 34 in the hourly. So, a bounce here definitely would make sense. And that's just shown on the hourly and the 2-hour. But it's like that just simply could just start shifting into a lower high. And what I was going to bring up is on the monthly, you already are at some pretty major resistance, let alone that daily being at the EMA 100. You see here that the yen has liked to simply reject the monthly 9. Since it got lost in February, no need to overcomplicate things. That dump really moved us down. We hit the meme line. We've moved all the way back up to that 148. So far, a pretty impressive bounce, too. I mean, in total, we've bounced 6%. But what we see now is, we're still under resistance and we're gauging the HBDR. You're noticing, you're even about to hit that monthly median. So let's say we go a little above that monthly 9. You still could take out the stops here, go a little above it, hit the monthly median, and then reject. The point being is that, the yen's at major resistance, and it's shown on the daily, it's shown on the hourly as we're rejecting, and the 2-hour just lost the 9. There is more weakness here brewing than not. We were talking about into last week, I believe, a bounce on the yen. We got that. But now, I really do want to start seeing essentially that 148.40 kind of hold as resistance. As long as we're under 148.40, you could even call it that SMA 200 just to make it easy, conservative play on the daily. As long as you're under the SMA 200, you are going to be at a risk of rejecting. And this rejecting where it currently is means that, this could just be a trap scenario where bulls are betting on the daily MA1 holding and reclaiming, leading to the SMA 200. Very well could just fizzle out here, not even hitting the SMA 200. We've seen this happen before. We've lost at SMA 200 in February, never even retested it on a bearish retest. Lost it, never tested it, broke down. Couldn't even get it all the way up, fully broke down. Here, the EMA 100 held, deviated, broke down. And so we're potentially about to get the same exact play that we had here, right here, based on the EMA 100. So you're going to want to watch carefully today's close. This will be telling, and at least let you know that, we potentially could be having a short trade on today's close. You could have a massive daily topping candle. You could have an EMA 100 rejection into tomorrow, and that rejection could easily take you down to that 145.29. For me, though, it's like once you reject and deviate the EMA 100, confirmation of a really big move down will be once the daily 9 gets lost. And that's just simply based on what occurred here. With a free move down to the daily 9, you've lost it, you then rejected it, leading to that down. So here what we see is the daily 9 is at 145.30. So now we have a measured move. We could easily move down to that daily 9. The objective for bulls is, do we take out this last low, June 20th low? Do we close below the daily 9? And how far do we reject, and how bad do we reject today from the EMA 100? These all will be very important as volatility on the daily is now busting and starting to confirm a volatility setup. Understanding the reaction right here will be really key, because this will either mean it's in bull territory or bear territory. And until we get the daily close, this is still in bear territory, meaning there still is a greater risk of rejecting down before going up, even so, if we are going to at all. Pretty weak chart though. And it's only weak just because of, you start looking at it now on like a 5-day, you're just under all major moving averages. Nothing's really changed. Yeah, you have a slight price divergence. And we talked about this being the hopium for the end bulls, a bounce up, maybe hitting that 5-day 34, but that has all occurred now. And you're now just starting to reject a 34. It's not really strength. You're noticing here the 5-day EMA 100 got lost. So you would have already been gauging a reaction around here already. And this EMA 34 would have already been your extremity high, shown here when we almost hit the 34, but rejected it. The 34 is resistance. We've seen that when we lost it and we rejected it here. This led to the breakdown to the EMA 100. After we lost the EMA 100, we came all the way down to 140s. So that's why we just don't want to disregard where we're currently at. The yen had an impressive 6% bounce. Well done, bulls. Very obvious here. The yen really likes to respect that 140 region. We talked about this when we were down here, and we said probably 140 bounce, and then we could test some major moving averages. That has occurred. So now we're either going to reclaim these moving averages, start moving up to that 152.28, or reject simply here. Price divergence. Next target will be 140, and you'll know this is going to break down once you actually start closing that 5-day, and this then bleeds into the weekly closure under that 140. Visually, you can just see how important 140 is. You lost on the 5-day here. This rejection led you all the way down almost to the 34. And then, okay, we reclaimed it. We held it, expanded, held it, expanded, held it, expanded. Are we going to keep holding it? Unsure. And if we end up reverting all the way down to 140, you have to really understand the risk of this not holding, going back to 137, and then there you could potentially get your higher time frame closings under 140. 140 is the line in the sand. You're looking at what occurred here in 2020, and you just simply don't want that to happen. Each time we've hit this, bulls have bid this, and so far that system has worked, but it won't always work. And understand that if you start closing under 140, the yen could easily capitulate to 135 to 134. And that's just based on, think of how many trades will just de-windle once, I don't even think that's the word, de-windle. Basically, It invalidates, essentially.
I was going to say, you're asking me? I can barely fucking speak English. Get out of here.
Yeah. I'm like, D-Wingo. I don't think that's a word, actually. Sounds right, though. Basically,
official.
I think the word you're looking for is unwind.
There it is. Yeah, unwind. The whole idea of their long idea, which is unwind. Thank you, Farhan. So that's why this daily close will be really key. You're at the EMA 100. You have an easy spot now. This EMA 100 holding will give you a long idea. You need 2 to 3 closures, though, above it. You do not want something like this. So you need today to get bought up, close above it. Fine. Don't care what the wick closes to. So it's above it. So then now I need that to hold into tomorrow. If it keeps holding on the third candle, you could easily expand up to the SMA 200, where that is the extremity high for the yen.
There's also an inverse head and shoulders and a regular head and shoulders on the same chart, which is insane. So if it breaks down underneath that 140, that measured move would be to the downside. And if it breaks above, like I'll show you when I put the line, but there's a trend line there. If it breaks above, it's going to be a monster move above.
Yeah.
So there's no like, there's not going to be an in-between little fucking bullshit play here. It's going to be all or nothing to either side, in my view.
Yeah, I agree. You know, and the 2-month isn't a downtrend, I believe, right? Let me see the lows here. 140.24.9. Yeah, so this took out the last low. You know, lower high, lower low, lower high. And then this even took out the last low. Low 139.57. No, it did not, actually. Am I tripping? 139.576. 139.883, ever so slightly. So hopium. But you know, this is still at risk of lower highing. You just rallied up to the two-month EMA 9. That's what all this move did. You're rejecting that now. Again, opium is 140's holding though, and that's been holding for months. So that's been the easy long. You blindly bid the 140. It's been working. That won't always work though. Just understand that. And I 100% agree with you, Alondra. Once we essentially lose that weekly EMA 100, you're going to see this capitulate down. This range is no coincidence. It's like you lose 137.55, you reject down, you're going to start moving to 125s. This ultimately puts that in a range of like 8%, 8 to 9%. Visually, you can see though. Let's look at the 2-week. 2-week EMA 100 has been a big spot. We even talked about this, and this was based on my analysis last week, I think, and that was just based on this EMA 100 moving up to here, and the fact that we've bounced already off 140 greatly without the EMA 100 means that 140 absolutely needs to be like a spring bounce zone, which it did. But then even so, what you're seeing is, again, price divergence slightly here to the downside with a 2-week EMA 34 rejection, while you're also seeing the 9 crossing the 21 and no silver cross yet. Let's check the weekly. Yeah, and the weekly does have a silver cross. And what you're noticing is you've hit the extremity high. You almost went to the 55, but didn't invalidate this. You're back under the 21. This is closing in 4 days. Okay, so now we're watching the daily EMA 100, and on the weekly, this is closing in 4 days. So I'm watching here to see if the EMA 100 and the 21 here rejects. Because if it does, this could easily just give me confluence of the short idea and understanding that, yeah, 145s could be next. And that doesn't hold, which is based on this, meaning if the daily 9 doesn't hold, that is really what could start exacerbating that move down. And that's just shown on that weekly 9 here. Lose the weekly 9, you lose the daily 9, you lose all of these moving averages after deviating the EMA 100. Yeah, you're going to be in the exact same scenario here. But then at that point, if we go down to 140s, yeah, you just have to be really cautious of that being the capitulation zone. Lower high on the 2-month, lower low at like 135. For me, 135 does seem next if 140 gets lost. Even on like a daily, let's check that out. So like even on a daily, you can just see how well that's been respected. So if daily start losing that 140, that could even be confluence or a trigger to aggressively short. Minimum to 137.60. You lose that, that's your confirmation that, yeah, weekly 9 just got lost. We're most likely then going to start testing closer to the 2-week here. The 2-week. I like the 2-week. I know the weekly SMA is right there as well. You can also I can point that out. Obviously, it's right here at 140. So more confluence of 140. But how I see it is the 2-week kind of ties it in nicely. You lose the 2-week EMA 100 at 140. The weekly has lost the SMA 200. You're going to get a move down to there. Simple. And then this should hold. The 2-week SMA 200 is a massive zone for the yen. You can just see here, once you lose that, you really do start capitulating. Populated, minimal price action above, lost it, capitulated. What occurred when we reclaimed it? Okay, lost it, 34 held. Nice, bounce off the EMA 100, reclaim. This on this reclaim was a nice bounce, 25%. Trying to see what would be a breakout and throwback. I guess I should be looking here. So broke out here, came all the way down. You see the 2-week here, lost the EMA 100, came down to the SMA 200. I know that didn't hold, but still, SMA 200 mean reversion bounce gave you an 8% move pretty nicely. So point being is that you really should be gauging the SMA 200 on any chart, specifically a 2-week and on Forex, because you did break out, you did test it here, and you bounced. So this is support. This one little move shows that it's support for me. So why would it be any different? Specifically with it all the way at my meme lines, my next range, it just makes sense. And look at that. It would even be the extremity range low of the HBDR, 100%. These will obviously shift, but the point being is that if you do end up losing that 2-week EMA 100, you start capitulating, you go under 137s, okay, next target is 125, 126, and then you most likely aren't going to be like all of crypto Twitter, max bearish shorting that. Instead, you probably will be bidding this. Very well could play in something like this, rejects, comes down, and then you're just within this range for years. Literally could happen. So yeah, 140 is line in the sand. Daily EMA 100 is what you're watching today. Lose that, gives you a trade to the daily 9. Lose the daily 9. It's more confirmation that this is about to break down.
Thank you, senor. Absolutely. Motherfucking yen. Hang on. What else do I got for you, Jen? I got Chewy. CHWY.
Sweet.
Oh, my favorite Mexican restaurant. Just kidding. They're garbage.
I didn't know that Chewy was a Mexican restaurant. What the fuck is Chewy? That's dog food, no?
Chewy's. They have restaurants all over Texas.
No, it's not the same thing.
Okay.
It's not?
No. This is Chewy, the dog thing, I think.
No, it is. The dog company.
Of course. Brian Cohen's company?
No, isn't that Petco? Or could be Chewy. You might be right. I'm not, to be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure because I don't care.
And in America, I buy my dog food from them. Or dog stuff.
Go.
So they're pretty good. I think Roaring Kitty also bought a shit ton of them after his second.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why we're probably looking at it.
Yeah. So
great. Meme stocks.
Yep.
Aquí estamos viendo el yen. La razón por la que estamos viendo el yen, y se los voy a poner en la temporalidad más sencilla de ver, en mi opinión, es la de 2 semanas. Simplemente es para que lo vean de dónde viene, a dónde va, etcétera. El yen desde acá estuvo en una tendencia bajista cuando empezaron a salir en estas tablas y básicamente nos llevó hasta acá. Una vez que rompimos esto, cambiamos un poco de tendencia. Lo pueden ver justamente acá, de este fondillo hasta acá. Vamos para arriba. Y ahora ha hecho esto y lo que probablemente sigue sea esto en los 130. Nadie está diciendo que el yen se va a ir a 0, pero estamos diciendo que el yen tal vez no se vea excelentemente bien. Una de las cosas que estoy usando para mi riesgo, y es por eso que probablemente me preguntaron que qué opino del yen o cómo vemos el yen, es porque dije que si por encima de 146 iba a vender todas mis posiciones. Y lo que tienen que entender es lo que estoy viendo en la diaria. Esto es justamente porque ese número salió. Venimos justamente, este es el EMA 100, la línea roja. La línea roja es nuestro rechazo. ¡Pum! Cada vez que el yen tiene estos episodios, cuando lo ves aquí arriba, este fue un bajón de la bolsa americana. Esta fue el bajón de la bolsa americana. Cada que tiene un pico de estos, es el bajón de la bolsa americana. Este es el fondo de octubre del 2022. Esto es un poco lo de abril, pero en realidad el fondo fuerte del 2024 fue en julio y luego el 2025 fue enero cuando Trump estaba de las aranceles y la mamada. ¿Qué es lo que queremos si somos alcistas en la bolsa? Es que esto caiga, ¿no? Porque si el yen sube, eso quiere decir que si está haciendo esto, nuestra bolsa está cayendo, ¿ok? Y ahorita, ¿cuál es nuestro siguiente paso en nuestra bolsa? Según lo que digo yo, es que esto caiga y que vaya para acá. No sé qué tan rápido pueda pasar o no, pero eso es lo que yo estoy viendo por ahora. Ahora, no me interesa tanto medir si esto va a subir, esto va a bajar con la bolsa. Lo único que estoy midiendo es el riesgo. Y mi riesgo comienza una vez que retome este promedio del 100. Entonces, estoy por abajo de él, lo pueden ver. Mi vela está literalmente abajo de él. El promedio del 100 está en 146.62 y por ahora estamos abajo. Si tengo este cierre, ¿no? Ponte tú. Y la razón por qué es importante de medir todo esto es esto. Porque si tengo otro de estos... Ok. ¿Qué vergas? Un segundo. Démele una refrescada, tíos. Ahí estamos. ¿Qué es esto? Ah, Bitcoin. Ok, perfecto. Dije, no, ese no es el yen. Oye, me sé la tabla de memoria, bro. Ese no es el yen, ¿no? Aquí está. Básicamente, esto es mi teoría en todo y lo puedes ver en la diaria, en la de 2 semanas también. Recomiendo personalmente la diaria, es lo que lleva más mi bias en esto. La diaria tienes acá el promedio del 100, el rojo que viene por acá. Esto que no había pintado antes, que sí pintó, es lo que no quieres que pase. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro acá de esta bajada. Hombro, cabeza, hombro. Si esto aguanta aquí arriba y empieza a consolidar por acá y se va para acá, yo voy a vender mis acciones, pero eso soy yo. No le estoy diciendo que hagan lo mismo. Esto yo pienso que va a pasar después de que tengamos nuestro alto histórico que viene. Esto es lo que yo pienso va a pasar después de que venga nuestro alto histórico. Pero por ahora, no creo que se vaya a dar la alarma. Lo que tiene que hacer esto es cerrar por encima. 1, 2, 3 velas y una vez que lo tenga, ir acá y poder romper esto. Ahora, si esto rechaza el promedio de los 200, el SMA nos rechaza y nos vamos para abajo después, esto entonces me hizo salirme por nada. Esa es la cosa. Esto es lo difícil de esto, porque aquí así de sencillo podría pasar. Pero si esto lo llega a retomar también y hace esto, aquí justamente en este momento es donde la bolsa estará en el siguiente bajón. Por eso es importante mantener un ojo en el yen, en mi opinión, simplemente para ver. En la diaria tengo mi EMA 100. Si este EMA 100 se llega a ser retomado en 3 cierres, 1, 2, 3, ahí es donde yo personalmente creo que pondría muchísimo más foco en cerrar mis posiciones. Por ahora el yen está haciendo un alto más bajo. Esta es una vela que tomó liquidez acá. Está haciendo bajos más altos, por supuesto, lo pueden ver acá. Está ante uno de estos triangulitos clásicos, lo pueden ver perfectamente acá. Entonces, esto muy probablemente vaya a caer por acá, hacer esto y después aquí es donde tengamos el movimiento por ahí de el 8 de julio o 7 de julio, que ya no está nada, en 2 semanitas nos debería de tocar por acá. Y esto es, a ver, si llegas a romper y barrer estos mínimos, vas a ir a la parte de abajo. Si llegas a aguantar por aquí arriba y empezar a cerrar por aquí arriba, vas a ir a la parte de arriba. Lo interesante de este gráfico es que tienes hombro, cabeza, hombro básicamente en todos los sentidos. Este es hombro, cabeza, hombro, hasta acá. Si llegas a romper esto para abajo, si llegas a romper esta estructura para abajo, el movimiento medido de caída Segundo. Digamos que lo rompemos acá. El movimiento medio de caída es a los 117. ¿Qué hay en los 117? Podría ser. Es un objetivo razonable. Y ahora, si esto se llega a dar a la alza, porque este es un hombro, cabeza, hombro también invertido. Este es hombro, cabeza, hombro, y aquí es donde lo romperías. Si lo llegas a romper aquí en el 152, vas a ir mínimo al 169. Y no tenemos más que aire en el 169 hasta arriba al 176. Si esto llega a pasar, la bolsa americana está completamente destruida. ¿Qué? No lo pongo fuera de esto. Ahí lo tienen. Ahí tienen las opciones y cómo se ve el yen. Lo único que tienes que estar viendo es tus cierres diarios por encima o por debajo del promedio del 100 y también pon tu tabla. Si volteas a ver la mensual, por ejemplo, puedes ver que caímos del promedio del 9, lo perdimos en este mes, lo perdimos acá, tuvimos esta vela topera y ahora estamos retesteando una vez más. Esto es más bajista que alcista, pero no hiciste un mínimo más bajo. La trimestral también perdiste tu promedio, el 9. El siguiente nivel a perder serían los 142. Llegas a perder los 142 para abajo, muy probablemente vas a favorecer el movimiento a la parte de abajo en vez de ¿cómo se llama? De para dar continuación para arriba. Ya ahí lo tienen. Ese es el yen, damas y caballeros. Mr. Farhan, what's next to you? Rivian, ¿no?
Yes, sir. I accidentally muted and unmuted myself like 3 times.
The non-Nazi EV company.
Well, that's Volkswagen, sir. You're mistaken.
Oh.
Oh!
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, those are German. Yeah.
Volkswagen.
Yeah.
All right, so Rivian, we're going to start with the 2-week. Right now, Rivian's getting momentum shifting to the downside on the HPDR momentum, with volatility also shifting to the downside, telling you whatever move you get is likely going to be a higher low. And if you look at price action right now, price is kind of looking like the higher low is already in, especially since we were getting back over that 38.2% and very close to getting a closure over it. We got about 10 days left to go. Sure, it's an eternity in market land, not as much as in cryptocurrency land, but it's still a long time. But if we get a close over that 38.2%, this is going to confirm for me that the higher low is in, and we're probably going to go at a minimum once again to the 88.3%, which right now the 88.3% will put us at around $20. Very nice round psychological figure, and it'll take us back over this 55 EMA for the first time in Rivian's history. Quite significant getting back over that 55 EMA. Not only will it get back over the 55 EMA, but it's also going to take out this previous major lower high. It's also very likely taking out this previous major lower high. And for me, that's going to take at a minimum to this meme line, probably higher to retest this major lower high somewhere around $27. This is going to be the area where it becomes very, very, very key for Rivian bulls to step in and maintain this area, because if the bears are able to reject this or even do a swing failure pattern of this, yeah, that's going to be quite fucking bearish, and I'm going to expect these lows to break at that point. So what the bulls are going to have to do is either cause a rejection beforehand and put in a higher low. Just make sure not to cause a swing failure of this area, because if you get over this area, I'm going to want to see this area continue to hold. Otherwise, it's going to be extremely bearish, and I'm going to be looking for the lows to get broken. Preferably, if we break over this area, we hold this area, make a new range somewhere around over here, while the HPDR ranges can step up, and then I would expect to move towards somewhere around like $40 to $50. But that's a very, very, very big but, like as if it was Colombian. And the jewel is still giving you a bicycle right now on the 2-week. Weekly, it's also shifted to the downside, getting very close to the reset zone, while volatility is also resetting very close to extreme lows. Right now, the jewel is giving you a sell signal, but we are still over the median, and we're still holding the median, and we're still holding our EMAs. All of our major EMAs were back above. We want to see a closure over the 5 EMA, and that will confirm for me, preferably this wick high. is at about $14.14, and that'll confirm for me a local bottom. And very likely we're going to retest this breakdown somewhere around like $15 or $16. It's going to come down to this weekly close. And if we can make a local bottom of here, that will confirm hidden bullish divergence, because we have taken all of these lows on momentum while putting in a higher low on price action, and very likely is going to send us back to those current highs of around $16. Go down. 5 days also getting right around that edge, getting right to 38.2%. We want to see a closure over that 38.2%, lines up with our 9 EMA at about $14. We can get a close over there that'll confirm this is a local bottom, confirming the hidden bullish divergence, and very likely sending us back up to test that $16 high. 2 days already starting to shift up on momentum. Volatility is now sitting at extreme lows at 2%, very close to 0%. What we want to see is a closure over this median, and that will confirm very likely volatility expansion. That sits at about $13.99. So about $14 what we need across basically all of our time frames. That $14 area, we can get a closure over there, sends us to $16 minimum. And the 2-day is now also putting in hidden bullish divergence. Daily is also flipping to the upside. Daily is putting in regular bullish divergence, with volatility sitting at 5%, and the bullish divergence will confirm with any close over $14.03. And remember, the daily jewel has also lost the sell signal. That bullish divergence will likely take us up towards 16 bucks. 4 hours well is putting in bullish divergence, with momentum flipping to the upside. 4 hour will confirm the bullish divergence with any close over 1366. That very likely bleeds into the daily and taking us up to 16 bucks. But the 4 hour divergence would have a target somewhere around like 14 to 1560. That would confirm the daily bullish divergence if that happens. Now we'll switch over to the RSI. RSI monthly has multiple drives of bullish divergence, which is going to be active as long as you're closing over $10.36, and your next move is into the critical zone, which volatility is sitting so low, critical zone is very likely, and that sits at about $32.20, a little above our $27 area. But it lines right up with my little meme line right here at $32.45. This is our last major breakdown area. Whenever we broke down in late 2022, this is the area where we broke down from. Monthly currently two-week currently has hidden bearish divergence. Is it one drive? Let me zoom in. I hate it when that happens. It's 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing below $14.80. And your next move, you've hit the easy target, which is the neutral zone. Your next move is the bearish control zone, and that level sits at 725. The confirmation for going to that bearish control zone is going to be any closure below about $10.36. That's going to take us to 725. Right now, we have volatility sitting at extreme lows. If we invalidate this hidden bearish divergence at about 1480, this volatility will apply to the upside, and that's going to take us towards the bullish control zone at 20 bucks. Five-day currently has a drive of bearish divergence. Is it 1? Let me zoom in. Yeah, 1. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing below 14.14. Very close. $14 area keeps coming back up. And if you do invalidate it, you will go to very likely to the critical zone. That's 26.77, just below $27. Daily now has a drive bullish divergence. Very cool. Same thing, same as we had on the HPDR. And this will be active as long as you're closing over $13.39, and your next move is into the bullish control zone, probably the critical zone with volatility at extreme lows. Bullish control zone is at about $15.45, and the critical zone is at $20.52. $20 once again. Very nice round psychological figure. 4 hours now, about to put in another drive of bullish divergence. Fucking A. That will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drives of bullish divergence. And it will confirm with any close over $13.66, and that will take us very likely to the critical zone because volatility is now at 2%. But I will can't disregard the bullish control zone. That level is at 1541. Critical zone is 1941. $20. Interesting. Now let's go to the RSI. I mean the momentum. Monthly momentum is strongly to the upside, with volatility just about entering a expansion phase from the lowest point ever, and we are pointed up above 1194, and we are expected on this next opening to be right at the edge of the bearish control zone. We're actually basically there right now. So if this pivot does not go up massively on this next monthly open, that's going to be extremely bullish. And now we've taken out. There is still a possibility of hidden bearish divergence on here over here, but that will it's just going to be a possibility as long as you're closing over 1036. You start to close a monthly below 1036, you are going to confirm the hidden bearish divergence. So this volatility expansion is going to happen to the downside. 2E currently is also pointed to the upside with volatility sitting at extreme lows, and it's going to be pointed up above 1295. This volatility very likely starts expanding with close over 1715. If you want to be aggressive, you could use 1480. I just don't think that's going to cause the volatility expansion. Weekly is currently pointed down. You do have contracting volatility, which is telling you probably going to be a higher low. And the probability of a higher low is greater than not as long as you're closing over 1326. Start to close below 1326, and then very likely it's not going to be a higher low, and you're going to break these lows. 5 days also pointed down with volatility contraction, pointing down below 1686. 2 days now very close to flipping up. It's still pointed down. We're still below the pivot, but it's likely gonna. It is shifting to a posturing, but where it should be easier to flip up, and the daily will confirm that for me next. But currently, 2-day is down below 1466. Daily is now confirmed. The daily is already flipped back up with volatility at extreme lows, very close to expansion, and is pointed up above 1335. And 4 hours also now freshly turned up with volatility at extreme lows at 2%, and it's pointed up above 1336. All right. So the high time frames on Rivian are now starting to shape up to be quite bullish. We have monthly momentum flipping to the upside, about to get out of the bearish control zone. It's going to be confirmation if on seeing the pivot on the next monthly open. But we are very close to getting monthly volatility expansion from the lowest point ever with momentum pointed up, and we're very close to taking out the macro downtrend. But this and the lower time frames are all flipped to the upside. Basically, every single time frame is flipped to the upside. From here, very likely you do see a move into somewhere around $15 to $16. That's going to be where the real decision time comes in, because if we can start to close dailies over $16, very likely we're going to get some volatility expansion on our high time frames towards somewhere around $20 to $27, and that's going to be testing the macro downtrend, because as you can close over about $32, it's going to take out the major breakdown area, and then it's going to be more on the high time frames. Like this thing is probably going to be retesting all-time highs in the next maybe year or two. But right now on the low time frames, I'm looking for about $15 to $16 to get hit before anything else. And the invalidation on the overall macro moves to the upside is going to be any tick below about tick basis $8.26, or any weekly close below about $10.36. Either one of those two things happen, you're very likely going to go somewhere around $7, probably even lower. But I'm not looking for that to happen right now. I'm looking for somewhere around $15 to $16, and then we'd have to reevaluate when we see the reaction there.
Yes, indeed, senor. Yes, it motherfucking did. Thank you. And after this, if I'm not mistaken, 1 second. Oh, Tesla.
I guess I am going to be the Nazi.
There you go. Sorry. Nothing I can do for you. I tried. Ok, estamos viendo Rivian. Para toda la gente que nunca ha visto Rivian, se les va a poner así rapidísimo. Rivian viene de una caída astronómica de cuando salió al mercado. Salieron y llegaron hasta $180 y desde entonces cayeron hasta los $8.30 y ahorita estamos cotizando en $13.87. Hemos estado en una tendencia clara bajista hasta este punto. Puede que este haya sido el fondo de la historia en Rivian, en 8.31. Ahorita les voy a decir cómo sabremos si sí o si no. para que mantener un ojo por acá. Por ahora, en la trimestral, Rivian está por debajo del promedio del 9, por debajo del promedio del 5 y está mínimo haciendo mínimos más altos. Lo que no está haciendo son altos más altos hasta ahora, aunque las últimas 3 velas sí ha podido hacerlo. Mensual es un poco de lo mismo, pero aquí ya volatilidad está contrayendo al punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla y está a punto de darse la vuelta por encima del promedio mínimo. Nos está dando la idea que eso va a ser el caso. Se llega a dar esto junto con un movimiento hacia arriba o hacia abajo. Va a acompañar ese movimiento con volatilidad y nos dará un movimiento mucho más agresivo. La cosa es que también el momentum en mensual está apuntando para arriba siempre y cuando estemos por encima de los 12, básicamente 12.50. Que es un punto importante y puedes verlo acá, el promedio del 9 por primera vez en la mensual. Bueno, es la primera vez que lo tomamos acá, fue una tomada de liquidez, ¿no? Lo habíamos hecho aquí atrás también. Tenemos un cierre, luego caes, 2 y el tercero te lo quita. Luego tienes 1, el segundo te lo quita. Tienes 1, un cierre por encima, el segundo te lo da, tercero te lo quita. Tienes 1 por encima, 1 por abajo y acá, ahí te va, 1, 2, 3. Si en la siguiente vela se queda por encima del promedio del 9, esa es básicamente tu confirmación para lo que sigue, damas y caballeros. Definitivamente. Por ahora, Rivian está haciendo un alto más bajo, un alto más bajo, pero bajos más altos. Me recuerda mucho a XRP cuando estaba creándose todo el hype por ahí. Ahora voy a poner rápido el HPDR para que veamos dónde estamos en la mensual. En la mensual ya venimos a tocar el 100%, por lo que un viaje a los $13 no me nos sorprendería para hacer un alto más bajo, aunque puede que ya hayamos visto ese alto más bajo. Lo que creemos es que por acá más, el peor de los escenarios, por ahí de los 12.90, 12.70 en este promedio del 9 es que venga a tomarlo para después dar ese siguiente paso a la alza. 2 semanas, ya como la mensual nos estaba dando, la de 2 semanas ya tiene volatilidad en el punto más bajo y por debajo del 15%, lo que nos está preparando el movimiento más agresivo de toda la historia en la tabla de Rivian. Vamos a estar pendiente a ver cuánto se da. Por ahora estamos intentando retomar la parte alta de la zona azul para poder romper al 61.8%. Esos 15.40 van a ser nuestro siguiente objetivo, siempre y cuando podamos aguantar por encima de los 13.83. No, los 13.20. Aguantando por encima de los 13.20, deberíamos ir a buscar por acá arriba. Con el promedio de 9, volatilidad. ¡Wow! Esta tabla se ve bastante bien. Tiene cara que está aquí a punto de hacer y aparte cae perfecto con la línea meme a recargarse la zona de donde rompió y donde rompió fue el promedio del 9. Si lo pueden ver, déjenme quito el HPDR. Recuerden que normalmente tenemos breakouts, son las que eran antes, ¿cómo se dice? Que normalmente antes eran resistencia y las volteamos y ahora son soporte. Esto es el promedio del 9. Ese promedio del 9, el azul, tiene que venir a ser retesteado. No tiene que, pero lo más natural sea que sea retesteado y este promedio del 9 vaya a subir por acá. Puede ser que haya sido nuestro mínimo más alto o que vaya un poco más para abajo y de acá repuntar una vez más para esas subidas que se da cada año en las mismas temporalidades. Recuerden, abril, julio, agosto, aquí arriba. Esto es noviembre a diciembre, luego en enero la famosa caída a febrero y luego tienes otra vez abril y ahora estamos esperando nuestra siguiente subida por temporalidad ahí de julio y agosto y es lo que está coincidiendo también. Ahora, tenemos el promedio del 34 acá en los 14.24. Pudiendo romper los 14.24 también, esto ya cerrando por encima del promedio del 34 en la de 2 semanas, para mí va a darle muchísima fuerza a Rivian. Entonces voy a estar muy, muy, muy picado acá viendo eso. Semanal tenemos nada todavía en volatilidad, está contrayendo y el promedio está por encima de. En cuanto a la tabla por sí misma, lo que estamos viendo es que nuestro promedio del 9 está por encima de todos, el 5 es el único que está por debajo y esto me enseña fortaleza en la tabla. Lo único que tenemos que hacer es poder romper por encima del promedio del 5, retomar el promedio del 9 en los 14.32 que siguen apareciendo e escapar a la luna. Diaria nos está preparando un setup de volatilidad. Estamos en la parte, no en la parte más baja, pero nos va a dar uno de esos setups de volatilidad bastante potentes. Va a ser a la alza o a la baja. Es lo importante tener un ojo por encima de. Venimos y retestamos el promedio del 100. El promedio del 100 había funcionado como resistencia antes. Una vez que lo rompimos es la línea roja. Una vez que lo rompimos tuvimos este super movimiento a la alza, lo que me dice que lo venimos a retestear. Esta zona no debería perderse, los 13.30. Aguantando por ahí de los 13.30 nos debería de dar el siguiente empujón para crear un nuevo alto más alto. ¿Por qué? Porque este fue tu alto, este fue tu mínimo y ahora deberíamos ir a buscar un alto más alto, es lo que seguiría. ¿Dónde sabemos que estamos mal o dónde decimos que Rivian va a ir para abajo? Si empiezas a tener cierres por debajo de 12.50. Cierres por debajo de 12.50 diarios, empiezan a decirte que algo está mal. Y semanal por debajo de los, básicamente, de esta zona, en los 11.20, está cocinado esto y olvídenlo y vamos a hacer nuevos mínimos por ahí de los 7. Pero siempre y cuando estemos aguantando acá en los 13 arriba de 12.70, 12.80, esto continúa esa trayectoria alcista de la que hemos estado hablando por un rato y no veo por qué tenga que cambiar, ¿no? Entonces, seguimos en lo mismo, tal cual como esperamos este pompazo, esperamos esta corrección y ahora esperamos el siguiente pompazo. Es básicamente lo que hace Rivian en todos sus ciclos bonitos. Y ahí lo tienen, bastante fácil, Rivian. Alrighty, Alex, let's do Chewy. Chewy my balls.
Let's run it. Let's see the old Chewy. Yeah, so it is a meme stalker. It moves like one after Roaring Kitty, I guess. Moves like one in the sense that it just dies. Kind of moves like shit. But we actually have some things developing that are important going into the monthly and the 2-month that we should be paying attention to. If we notice here, Chewy made a wick high on IPO and then it just kind of dumped. Stayed there for, a few months before moving up. It really wasn't until we broke what? At 41.43 on a monthly closure where the party really started for Chewy. At that point, you're above the monthly 9. You're back above that wick high, bullish. And then, we had a little range here. It wasn't really until 51.47 was reclaimed, retested, where we actually had a shot to go all the way up to that $64 region. It's a big zone, $64. But again, monthly 9 still held, sprung us up. And so that's kind of the range that we've been in, basing it all on this first move. And so going through this zone or this chart, I'm noticing, we did lose that 51.53 level. And then once we lost that, we aggressively started to move down. This was flipped into resistance. What was support needed to be flipped into resistance. And doing so, that led us all the way down to that 41.50, 41.43 level. Now, this held for a few months. We hit it once, twice. It really wasn't until in March of 2022 where we had closed a monthly back under that wick high, where then it put us within that range again. Could easily draw just a meme line at these lows like that, or even this low right here. Could do either or both. They're meme lines, so it's really however you want to do it. And so now what can we gather now so far? Well, Chewy is looking pretty good in the sense that we got back above that 2170. It was a big zone, kind of like a major gray zone here on that dump. It's not a good sign. Where do we even draw a meme line? We have nothing to draw. But then even getting back above the monthly 9 was, in my opinion, a major sign, because what you had on this major move down was, you would reclaim the monthly 9, but then into the next month, lose it, reclaim it, lose it, reclaim it, lose it. So into June, this was very telling to me that, this shifted. We actually got 2 monthly closures above the 9 while holding that 2170 region. This is ultimately bullish, and this led us to potentially a throwback opportunity on that monthly 9, which is what bulls got here, and then we expanded. So why am I even talking about this range? Well, for months, you see here that 41.43 was holding price down for, quite a while. Before we lost it, rejected, bearish retest, boom, full on breakdown. What you're noticing is the monthly has shifted back into an uptrend. I mean, I'm looking at this as the last lower high. This already got taken out. Before we took out this last lower high, you were already putting in a higher low, a potential higher high, higher low, higher high. This was your higher high break right here after you threw in the higher low, higher high break. So this has been in an uptrend, putting in bullish structure. Now, all eyes on the 2-month and monthly. Now let's go back. We want to start seeing the monthly really hold above 41.43. It's kind of like your line in the sand. It's just based on what we've seen in the past, which was once you really started to hold 41.43, you basically got a free move up to that 51.53. Now you have a 2-month closing as well. And this is important because what you're noticing is the 34 is potentially going to get reclaimed. This is significant because on this entire move down, the 2-month EMA 9 has been holding as the easy short, where the extremity high is often that 21. Now, what you're noticing is over here is where things really did start to shift. You see back in January, we started to actually get back above that EMA 21 and actually hold it. Notice how we reclaimed it, held it, expanded on the third candle. That's bullish. So now into this monthly and 2 months, this is closing in 7 days. You're really watching to see, okay, well, first does 41.43 hold? If that can hold, that'll just be an instant shift for me, just via meme lines. You see more evident on the 2-month that each time we'd go up, it just solidly reject. And keep in mind, this has easily gone up like let's see percentage-wise before I guess. 27% on a wick basis before selling off all the way down before the 2-month close, going back under 41.43. So why I'm even bringing that up is that still could be a possibility. We wicked up, we tested that $48 region. Essentially, we've hit this before selling all the way back down under 41.43. But, as long as we're going to be above that on this monthly 2-month, this is going to be really looking bullish to me. And it's going to look like at least 51.53 will be coming up. Getting back above that 2-month 34 really will be confluence that this is strong. And it's a lot stronger than it's been in a while. You're noticing even that 2-month HBDR range is right around $52. Good confluence on the next range being around that 51.53. Should be paying attention around there. It's where the extremity highs have been on Chewy. And you know that if you start getting like those weekly, 5-day, monthly closures above here, this will give you an easy trade. Like could easily look like this all the way up to 65. That to me is a big zone. Getting back above 51.53 will open up the move up to 64, 65 bucks. Till then, though, you're just watching patiently if you're not positioned, waiting like a sniper on that 2-month close, because you know how strong of resistance this has been. And so if a 2-month actually closes first above the 34, that'd be amazing. And on top of it, above 41.43, you're going to get an easy confirmation to just long up, minimum test 51.53. Now, let's say the 2-month closes under the 34. Now, we don't have a lot of data with this 34, so we really can't look at the past and see how the reactions have been on rejections. We're just going to take note that, yeah, that did reject the 34. Going into this next 2 months, we want to watch the reaction around there. But with what we know at resistance, this is, in theory, bullish. And you should be looking for just a simple SR flip. So really, the easy trades on the higher time frames. You can obviously do lower, like the 4-hour, 12-hour, and daily, but even looking at the 2 weeks, it's kind of simple, right? You see the 2-week EMA 9s moved all the way up to $40.65. Within this next 2-week candle, this will move up to that 41.43 level. Good confluence of that just needing to keep holding. You see here, we had this failed breakout. We came down, broke down, retested the 9. This is just looking like a 2-week higher low potentially. So nothing of concern really, honestly. And the 2-week bouncing off the 2-week 9 has implications for a good 2-month close in the next 7 days. Even here,
3-month.
No, let me check that. I checked all of them except the 3-month. Oh, and the 3-month is closing too. I didn't even know that. Is the 6-month closing?
Also.
Oh, well, that's important. So yeah, I didn't know that. Let me add that then to the higher time frame analysis. 41.43 is a big spot. Even on the 6-month, you never have gotten above the 6-month 9 and the 6-month close above that 41.43 within this range, obviously. Even when you broke out here, 6-month EMA 9 wasn't populated. It's going to be pretty big. If we can get back above these support, essentially, this wick high, flip down to support while basing off that 6-month 9, you really do have to wonder if like Chewy's about to put in some big move. I mean, you see here the next zone is that $62 region. Good confluence, that $64 region I was talking about. That's pretty, this is very bullish though. I mean, I didn't even notice that. And that's great confluence that like this region does kind of need to hold. And the 3-month as well. You see the 21 is right at $40.78. My mean line's at 41.43. You can see on the quarterly again, still even on this rally, you rallied all the way up, still could not get above 41.43 before breaking down. So again, a lot of higher time frame closings on Chewy are about to occur. This is about to really confirm, in my opinion, a very bullish shift of structure. We've seen solidly 41.43 be flipped into resistance for multiple months. I mean, these are all 6-month candles. Boom, 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 boom. So over a year, it's been just basically since 2022, we've been under it. This closing within the next 7 days above 41.43 will spark a long trigger. You'll be wanting to simply just see this weekly 9 hold, which it is. And at this point, you just want to start seeing this expand. Next objective is 51.53. That should be your higher high. And you know that this is going to start rolling over, in my opinion. If you just simply lose 41.43, weekly 9 will get lost. Next objective will be around that EMA 21. At that point, I'm not going to be convinced it's going to hold, and you'll rather just look towards that SMA 200 and EMA 34. Till then, though, this is still looking very bullish. It's not really a concern. The 10-day here, yeah, I mean, what am I looking at? 40. The 10-day did lose 41.43, so you're going to want to actually be paying attention to this as well. You can see very basic that this wick high essentially is getting flipped into support. Now you did close under it this 10 days. So, you know, if you're bullish, your gauge is the monthly, the 2-month, the 3-month, the 6-month, the weekly, and then even this 10-day, if it can do something like that, then this can actually give you an easy stop loss on a long. So in summary, Chewy's bullish. We're watching the next 7 days to see if we get any higher time frame closures above 41.43. If we actually can, that'll be a nice shift of structure. 3 months reclaiming the 21. 6-month has the risk of reclaiming the EMA 9 for the first time ever in this chart's history. While also the 2-week is healthily above the EMA 100, which was rejecting. And now what we're seeing is trend has shifted on the monthly. It's now on the 2-week. We're potentially on a higher low on the 2-week. And now what you're looking for as a bull is 41.43 to hold and to expand you up to that 51.53. I'm not expecting 51.53 to break on first tap, but rather probably give you another higher low opportunity. Look something like that, and then you get the breakout. Because we know 51.53 is major resistance. We've seen Chewy before bounce very big, go all the way up to this point and then reject. So you want to watch that. 51.53 is your big extremity high. Why? Because if you start reclaiming that even on like a daily, this will really start opening up a move to $64. $64 is a big zone. It potentially is a new range of like 24%. And you can see this was like the last previous support before we broke down. So $64 will be a nice objective if you can get back above that 51.53. And it'll all be dependent on if 41.43 actually holds within this next monthly close. So pay attention, watch closely, and be mindful of that 10-day already deviating it. So then you'd want to see if it SFPs, if you're bullish, now you have an easy stop loss if so. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. No, that was great. Thank you so much, senor. Farhan's doing that. Let's do Uber after,
Nice.
please.
Okay, cool.
Okay, estoy viendo Chewy. Esta es una acción, es como una tienda de perros, tiene que ver con los animales, pero esto también se convirtió en una acción de meme. Se ve, tíos, estamos en la trimestral, habíamos estado en este canal desde abril del 2022 y básicamente esto es un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido en este tipo de temporalidad. No nada más eso. Estamos por encima del 9 y el 5 y pueden ver que el 5 y el 9 por primera vez en toda su historia intercambian lugares desde esta caída en el 2022, básicamente el principio del bear market que tuvimos hasta ahora. Y ahora, Chewy, está levantando y está subiendo por encima del promedio del 21, además del 9 y el 5, y esto lo hace ver demasiado fuerte en todo tipo de temporalidad. Volatilidad simplemente intentando expandir, había estado en extremos y ahora vamos a ver para dónde lo lleva, pero todavía no tenemos un setup. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual también un poco de lo mismo, pueden verlo por acá. Tienes aquí arriba, tienes el promedio del 21 cruzando por... Uf. Ah, no, creí que es el 5. Ok, dije, no mames, que ya hasta tienes un Silver Cross. No, 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 es el 5. Pero tienes al 9 subir por encima del 34 también y ahora solo le queda por pasar el 5 y el 55. Esto es muy, muy alcista y pueden ver exactamente dónde es la zona de breakout, justamente afuera de este rango, que es la parte baja de este canal en los 39, en los 39, 34. Además, acá volatilidad continúa contrayendo y vamos a ver si se va al punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla, que es abajo el 25%. Está en 34%. Con eso puesto sobre la mesa. 8 de la mañana la fotografía puesta sobre la mesa. Pegamos acá el chistorro en los 40 y... Hicimos un front run de la parte alta de la zona azul en los 48, 44, pero todo esto estando aquí abajo nos da permiso de venir básicamente hasta los 36, 49 para recargarnos el promedio del 9 y dar otro intentón a ir por acá. Interesante. 2 semanas atentos. Aquí tenemos expansión de volatilidad arriba del 15%. Lo voy a poner acá. Lo pueden ver. Y ahora esta expansión de volatilidad, en realidad está expandiendo 2 veces. Sería esta. Sí, efectivamente. A la alza, damas y caballeros. Esto nos debería ayudar siempre y cuando aguantemos los 42.14 a llegar a los 47.85 y de ahí al 51.40 al 51.48. Uf. Trae fuerza la chava, ¿eh? Trae fuerza. Además de que aquí sí tienes un cruce plateado a la alza y cada retesteo del promedio del 9 va a ser una oportunidad de entrada. Así que vela de 2 semanas, ya lo tiene. Semanal, estamos literalmente a punto de romper encima del promedio del 5 y eso nos debería poner un objetivo cercano en los 44.81. De poder romper los 44.81 a la alza, deberíamos ir a buscar estos 47.51 y ahí a ver si podemos hacer otro máximo local. Volatilidad está contrayendo en este momento ante esta corrección, así que vamos a mantener un ojo por ahí. En la diaria también estamos por encima de todos los promedios, a punto de romper el 21 a la alza. Estamos por encima de la media que coincide con el 55 en los 40. Y esto nos dice que deberíamos aguantar los 42.50, 42.60. Esto nos debería llevar a los 46, cerrar este gap en los 44.82 y dar continuación a la alza. Puesto bastante sencillo para todos ustedes, Chewy. Yo creo que la de 2 semanas es la más fácil de ver. Efectivamente. Acá están viendo a Chewy, cómo estamos por encima del promedio del 100. El promedio del 100 nos aguantó, hicimos la desviación, venimos, nos aguantamos y explotamos al alza. Definitivamente te gustaría que esta zona aguante, que justamente este movimiento que hizo y que veas esto tal cual. Yo creo que la línea en la arena y lo que no deberías de romper a la baja son los 36 a 38, esta zona. Y de aquí deberías de catapultarte para la alza. Si llegas a ver los 33 y aparte los pierdes, esto vas para abajo. Y ahí tiene Chuy, bastante, bastante fácil. Se ve muy bien, honestamente. Tiene cara de que quiere romper un chingo de niveles e ir para arriba. Porque después de este nivel, que también es una tasa, por cierto, si el precio era 14 a 43, son 35, nos debería llevar más o menos por acá, a los $75. Eso debería ser el siguiente objetivo de esta cosa. Pero tranquila. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Chewy. Mr. Farhan, we're going with the Nazi company.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yeah, so, yeah.
It's the noises rich people make. Think I'm gonna buy another. Yeah, and tell Charles to come over and tell him to show up and bring all of the slaves with him.
Tell Charles to
Hmm.
remember to bring the baby oil.
Bring the vedette.
Bring the Astroglide. All right, so I'll start with the quarterly on Tesla. Tesla is now getting right back to the reset zone on momentum, getting back over the moving average while volatility is sitting at literally 0%. The last time momentum flipped back up, getting back over the moving average, was in about April of 2024, and we went up basically from $138 to new all-time highs at about $488 with momentum flipping back up. It also took us to the top of the 38.2%. Right now, that top of the 38.2% takes us right back to about $487, which is still a decent amount higher than where we are now. That's about another like 35-ish% to the upside. And what's confluence with that is that the jewel is now giving us a confirmed buy signal where we have confirmed a quarterly candle on the buy signal, and we've taken out these lows on momentum at about $14.95, and price put in a significantly higher low, putting in quarterly hidden bullish divergence. And that would give us a minimum target of going to our current all-time highs at about $488. And now we will go down a little bit to the monthly. Monthly is currently flipped to the downside on momentum, but very, very likely on this next monthly open, this is going to flip back up. And what gives me bias that that's probably going to flip back up is we are reclaiming this 38.2%, where momentum is breaking below all these previous lows, while price is putting in a higher low, meaning monthly is also putting in a possible hidden bullish divergence. And monthly will confirm the hidden bullish divergence if we can close over about $271. If that does confirm, monthly will also have hidden bullish divergence along with the quarterly, sending us easily up to our current all-time highs, but likely higher, based off of volatility currently sitting below 25%, sitting at about 21%. Very likely it's going to take us towards somewhere around the 78.6%, like we topped out last time. And the 78.6% right now sits at about $800, $813, quite high up. Maybe it'll update. It'll definitely update, but how much is it really going to update? Even if it updates all the way down to where the 61.8% is right now, that's still $200 higher than where we are in price. That 61.8% is sitting at about 61% higher than where we are in price. That's quite the move. Let's go to the 2-week. 2-week is now getting back into the bullish control zone. Last time we got into the bullish control zone was right over here, and we went all the way up to the 88.3% on price. We are also getting volatility expansion like we had back then when we got into the bullish control zone, and 88.3% right now sits at our current all-time highs, right above $500, a little bit higher than our current all-time highs. And we're also getting a buy signal on the jewel, which has been confirmed because we have gotten a 2-week closure on the buy signal. And we went below these lows here while price made a higher low, putting in 2-week hidden bullish divergence as well, which has now been confirmed. Go to the weekly. Weekly is also about to flip back up on momentum with volatility just about to start confirmation. What's going to confirm that is if we break this wick high by a tick basis, about $367.71, or if we get a close over about, we can use this one here, $335. Either one of those two, and you likely will get momentum confirmed in the bullish control zone, while volatility is confirmed as expansion. And this jewel likely switches back into a buy signal. And we're also getting back over the 38.2%, which is at $342. 5-day also is flipping back up, already back in the bullish control zone. 5-day is now putting in also hidden bullish divergence with volatility once again in an expansion phase. And the 5-day will confirm the hidden bullish divergence with any close over 333. And that'll send us probably likely back to, at the minimum, this meme line at about $414, likely our current all-time highs. And we have been targeting this meme line for a while now, and back when we were in the low 300s, we are currently up a decent amount since we've been talking about this meme line. 2 days also flipping back to the upside now. Let's see if it's any divergence here. No, there is not. And 2 days now sitting at extreme lows on volatility. Well, Jules now losing the sell signal, flipping back into a neutral, and very likely this will switch into a buy signal if we get a close over the median, which is at 350.86. We are now above that, closing above that median. Will also take out this previous major lower high, very likely minimum taking us to 415 at this main line. Daily is also flipping to the upside on momentum, putting in hidden bullish divergence on the daily as well, with volatility expanding, and now the jewel is flipping once again back into a buy signal. We are also over the 38.2%, which is at 343, closing over that, very likely send us back up to this 90 to 95 to 97.5 right along this mean line. And 4 hours also flipping to the upside very strongly back into the bullish control zone. Volatility is expanding, not quite topped out just yet, and the 4 hours also losing the sell signal on the jewel, getting healthily above this 38.2% and all of our major 4-hour lower highs. Now we will switch to the RSI. Ding! A little bit of a delayed ding. Quarterly on Tesla still has active hidden bullish divergence, active as long as you're closing above 217. The next move is into the bullish control zone, which right now is at about $672, quite high. We'll update in about 7 days. Monthly, nothing. 2 week. 2 week is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. We'll confirm with any close over at 335.50, and the target will be the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about 591, very close to that previous $600 target. 6 days also about to put in a drive of hidden bullish divergence with any close over 335.50, and the target would be minimum of the bullish control zone at about 392. Critical zone sits at 728. Nothing. Nothing. 4 hour currently has 3 drives of bullish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing over about 314.75, and your next move is into the critical zone. We have many periods with 0% volatility, and now we're getting expansion, so the critical zone is very likely. Critical zone is at 427, just above our meme line. Interesting, nice move up on Bitcoin. There's, we'll mention that later. There's Tesla. Quarterly on Tesla is freshly flipped back to the upside, getting volatility in the same exact area where we expanded from before we had that previous, I believe it was 2000% move. And we are now rejecting the bearish control zone and putting in hidden bullish divergence, and we are, which is confirmed by the way, and we are flipped up above 229.50. Monthly is now currently flipped to the downside. On projection is on this next open, we're going to be right at the probably 1 or 2 opens right at the edge of the bearish control zone, and at that point it should be easier for the bulls to flip it up. The pivot should drop. And right now volatility is contracting with momentum to the downside. 2 week is also freshly flipped to the upside with a double derp of life and volatility contracting. If we can close over about 367, very, very likely volatility will start expanding, and that'll take us towards our current all-time highs. Weekly is also flipped up with volatility about to start expanding, and it's flipped up above 343.50. 5-day also flipped up, volatility about to start expansion, flipped up above 345. 2 days also freshly flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's flipped up above 302.50. Daily is also freshly flipped up, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it flipped up above 318. And the 4 hour is now freshly flipped up with many periods of 0% volatility expansion, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it is now flipped up above $342.50. So the high time frames on Tesla are extremely bullish. Volatility is in the same place it expanded from before the 2000% move up, and it's putting in hidden bullish divergence, which it did not do at that point. And it's rejecting the bearish control zone, and momentum is flipped up as long as we're above $229.50. Yeah, its momentum is now flipped up on basically every single time frame, all the way down to the 4 hour. The only one that's not flipped up is the monthly, but it does seem like the monthly is going to flip up on this next close, with the pivot going down very likely at the edge of the bearish control zone. And 4 hours now flipping up with volatility expansion for many periods of 0%. It does seem like we are going to go towards somewhere around our resistance zone of about $361. If you can get a daily close over $361, then I would expect rapid move towards that mid line of somewhere around $414 to $430, which would be the target of our many drives of bullish divergences across many time frames. And the invalidation on all of this is going to be getting either a tick below about $214 or a weekly close below about $273. Other than that, I would expect a move towards 360s. Daily close over 361 takes us towards 415, and then daily close over 415 takes us to about $500.
Not bad. It seems like being a Nazi is very profitable in today's age.
Seems like it.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good. All righty. So Alex is doing Uber. Then we got XRPP for Mr. fucking Garlic Bread. Ok, estamos viendo Tesla, damas y caballeros. Sí, les puse Tesla acá. Tesla tenía una gran recuperación después de estos 214 que vimos aquí abajo, cuando todo el mundo estaba diciendo que se acabó Tesla, que era la empresa más nazi del mundo. ¿Cuál era la estupidez de esto? La pelea entre Elon Musk y Donald Trump. Bueno, a toda esta gente que le hicieron vender, gracias por vendernos sus acciones, y ahora estamos cotizando por aquí arriba en los 355, en camino a hacer un nuevo máximo histórico después de hacer este bajo más alto y un bajo más alto, y lo que estaríamos esperando ahora sería un alto más alto, sería lo que continuaría. Voy a llevarlos a la mensual. En la mensual pueden ver, esta es una vela súper alcista, este es un hammerhead hasta ahora, ¿qué es lo que es? Es una vela topera, pero al revés, ¿no? Donde ves que el cuerpo ocupa 25% menos del total de toda la vela y está en la parte alta, en el 25% de la parte alta, y esta lo cumple con todo. Está por encima del promedio del 9, está por encima del promedio del 5, todos los promedios en orden, todo en uno por uno, y además está en camino a romper este nuevo máximo local en los 360 y ¿qué fueron? 366. 367,71. Ahí vamos en camino a romper esto. Faltan 7 días y 4 horas para cerrar. Les voy a poner el HBDR. Volatilidad está contrayendo, pero momentum está apuntando para abajo solamente en esta temporalidad, en la trimestral, en la de 2 semanas, en la semanal, en la diaria, en la de 5 días, etcétera. Momentum está apuntando para arriba. Nuestro siguiente objetivo natural deberían ser los $395, que es donde está la media, y de poder romper esos 395 nos vamos a ir a los 470. Ya en los 470, muy cerca de altos históricos, sería cosa de ver si podemos ganarle a esta vela que estuvo en 488.54, que es el máximo histórico, y de ahí crear un nuevo máximo histórico para Tesla. Todo pinta que se va a poder. Ahora, volatilidad continúa contrayendo en la de 2 semanas. Estamos por encima de la zona azul en este momento, y todo en orden. Por ahora tenemos que aguantar por encima de los 343. Al poder hacerlo, nuestro siguiente objetivo será a vencer esta vela de 367, para romper justamente este nivel e ir a la parte alta del 78.6%, que son los 425, poniéndonos listos para altos históricos. Pero recuerden que tenemos un patrón enorme formándose y ahorita lo vamos a ver. Semanal está 8 de la mañana, está a punto de expandir la volatilidad. Putin, Trump, Putin, la volatilidad de Israel e Irán. Está a punto de expandir por encima del promedio, y aquí es donde vamos a mantener un ojo bastante bien pelado, porque de darse y poder romper estos 356, siguiente objetivo van a ser los 375, y de ahí, una vez más, los 414. Nada mal. Las cosas se ven bastante bien para aquellos community members de Tesla, ¿no? La diaria ni siquiera está en extremos, estamos apenas en el 61.8%. Queremos aguantar este cierre en los 354 para poder ir a buscar estos 367 una vez más, poder ganarle a estas velas e irnos más arriba de esto a buscar este objetivo. Esto es la diaria. La diaria también tiene tal cual ese está, no, ahora está contrayendo un poco, pero está a punto de romper para arriba del promedio. Vamos a mantener un ojo por acá. Ahora voy a quitarles el HPDR, se las voy a simplificar a todos bastante. Aquí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo acá? Este es un patrón de aquellos de tasa y consolidación. Esta es la consolidación más alcista que he visto en mi vida en este patrón, porque el patrón viene de acá, 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 y esto es la consolidación. Tu primer mechazo es un mechazo hasta acá abajo, el segundo va a ser hasta los 4.13, el tercero probablemente vaya a ser por acá. Me encantaría, no va a hacerse probablemente, pero probablemente lo que veamos acá es, ya vimos esto, esto, y cuando rompa la alza, este movimiento tiene un objetivo bastante choncho en los $728 y lo voy a dejar ahí para que lo tomen y lo anoten para ver cómo nos va, a ver si le pegamos o no, ¿no? Y después sí me hacen muchos clips diciéndome lo pendejo que soy, como siempre, para no perder la tradición, damas y caballeros. Por ahora Tesla se ve muy bien. Lo único que me haría cambiar mi postura alcista en Tesla sería empezar a ver cierres diarios semanales por debajo de los 270, esta línea meme verde. Si empiezo a ver semanales por debajo de los 270, 268, no, gracias. Y si llegamos a dar un wicazo abajo de los 214, que es justamente esta zona, también no, gracias. Más allá de eso, Tesla continúa en su camino a ser la empresa que más dinero va a hacer en la puta historia, si nada la detiene. Ay, Alejandro, ¿cómo puedes ser tan alcista en una máquina que crea productividad? Qué tonto eres. Lo sé. Uber. Is that right, Alex? You were supposed to do Uber?
Yeah, Uber.
Uber.
Get that going.
Well, this is going to be fresh, close to the end. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Uber's going to zero.
Let me see here. Yeah, you are right. I mean, it's going to at least give us some kind of trade here soon. See, there's going to be an SR flip, and we're going to expand or we're going to deviate. I'm sure the weekly will be more telling. Okay, so we've held the weekly 9. We've hit this already 1, 2. We've come down a few times. Officially, have hit it twice. All eyes on this next weekly close in 4 days. Bulls are just simply going to need to keep seeing $82.30 hold. Very simple. Where did I get this line from? It's not even drawn right. Oh no, it was on this wick eye. You can look at this one. So you can even just draw like a really tight little range there. So it's like, yeah, as long as you're just above like that 82.30 to like $82, this is support, and you're just simply looking at that to hold and get you above the weekly 9. The weekly 9 should have no issue holding if this is truly going to break out from here. Now, if you're using these this SR flip, then your next logical objective is simply here, $87. Getting back above 87 will open up going all the way to like 93s and potentially making a new high. But again, this weekly will be kind of what decides the fate for Uber. You're either going to break down and lose $82 on a weekly, giving you a target down to minimum to EMA 21 at 79.69. But with what we see on the HPDR, you might as well just look at that as like a move down to the 34, bottom of the range, 38.2%. And that's lined up perfectly at $77. I can even extend the mean line here. You can see, okay, more of a range. And that's why this weekly, I start off with this because it's just going to be the most important for Tesla. I mean, for Uber. Uber, not Tesla. Uber wishes they were Tesla. No, I'm just kidding. It's really just going to be determined on this. You're either going to reject the weekly median and then really start breaking down from $82, or this will just hold solidly. You reclaim or you hold above the weekly 9 and get back above the weekly median, giving you confluence of that move up to 93s. Of course, really confirm once you break above 87. So 4 days will just kind of determine a lot for this chart. So the daily. Daily's looking kind of heavy to me. Daily's at risk of a breakdown. I mean, hopium now is that it just springs off meme line at 82 bucks and gets back above. But I mean, this point of view is in a breakdown, technically speaking. Visually, you can see it. You just draw like something like this, and you can just see, yeah, we're in a breakdown. This already put in the bearish retest of the EMA 34, and it's probably going to reconnect with the daily 9 if it starts dumping. For me now, as long as you are under that daily 34, you do have a target going to around 79.45. What could you gather from that? Well, if the daily is under the 34, but yet we're still holding the meme line, we have potentially a tricky scenario, which could be something like this, which is you didn't fully get the breakdown, right? You tried, bought up, smacked down, spring. Should have been a higher low, did not. Potentially a risk of a lower high here, confirmed once you break 82 bucks. With what we see though with the moving averages, as long as you're under $85 now, this is gonna have a risk of a breakdown to the EMA 100. You got to get back at minimum above that EMA 34 to really not have that risk happen, because this isn't a breakdown. We have volatility now potentially giving us a setup. Once it's under 15%, this gives you a volatility setup, which it is. So once this actually breaks back above the 15%, you will know you're getting that confirmation. The HBDR as well is giving you confluence of this being a breakdown, which is just we've lost the 38.2%. We've rallied up and we've rejected it. Again, just playing into the idea that there is nothing stopping bears from full on rejecting this today and losing 82 bucks. If we don't lose 82 bucks, let's say we reject and we come down and it bounces, and then when we come down and it bounces, that'll be a good sign that this could be baiting shorts again. So $82 is the spot, even on a daily. If you lose that from here, 82 easily could take a short down to 79.20 to like 80 bucks. But it's all going to be dependent on first 82 getting lost and us expanding down and actually essentially taking out this last low, which is at June 18th low at $82.31.
On that daily, that's a head and shoulders pretty much, and it's already broken down, retesting. So the move should already be measured from that trend line at the bottom to the top of that.
Let's check that out,
because I think it's going to coincide with what you're saying.
Here?
I would do it like directly to the top candle. There you go. And then to the meme line. To not that one, the red one.
I see.
There you go.
The
and then the candle that broke down. There you go. Pretty much.
Yeah, interesting how that works. And so what we can gather from this is that if we know that the weekly is really going to determine a lot, we can dissect that based on the daily, and the daily under the 34 puts this at a breakdown risk, and you're getting confluence of that with low volatility and HBDR confirming it. So as long as you're essentially under 85 bucks, this is going to be in breakdown posturing. My next objective is going to be around 79.45, aka the EMA 100 on the daily. That does line up nicely with the head and shoulders target being right around this region. You can obviously wick below it, perfectly okay, but you just don't want to see dailies lose the EMA 100. So, in summary, as long as you're under 85 bucks, under the EMA 34, this is brewing a breakdown on the daily, which has implications for a weekly loss of support and a weekly rejection of the median. You can simply see, just per this view, like I said, the weekly is giving you a target if we do reject the median around $77. So it's like you did see that head and shoulders target reach down around that 78. I can even go back. Let's just see actually. So it's like, yeah, 78 bucks, 78.23, good confluence to this getting hit potentially. So, I mean, in summary, you're just being cautious on Uber. Uber is looking kind of weak up here. Yes, we're potentially putting in an SR flip, and that's why 40 will be important on the daily. But if the weekly does lose the 9 and also lose $40, or no, I don't know why I'm saying 40, 82, my apologies, $82, it's going to be at a breakdown, and you're going to have the next objective being at minimum right around 77 to 78 bucks. There, you absolutely need it to hold. If the weekly 34 does not hold, well, it's like next target will be $74. If that doesn't hold, you're going to be looking at a move down to like 67 bucks to like 64. So it's all really going to be dependent on $82 holding. You're really going to be deciphering that. I can't speak today, apparently. You're
Deciphering.
Really deciphering that. Thank you. It's Monday.
That one I know.
Yeah, you're really just going to be analyzing that on the daily. And the daily is bearish, and you're already gauging a short here on the 34. Stop at 85, and you kind of just need bears to take control here and reject. This could play into nicely with like stocks rolling over potentially today, leading to Uber getting absolutely hammered by closure. We'll know today and within the week, within 4 days. So just watch carefully. Understand this isn't a breakdown. This has low volatility to really break down. And my next objective is right around $79. Head and Shoulders objective is right around that target as well, around 78. And so just watch carefully.
Hopium for bears. Are you ready for it? Is that Tesla explodes. That's the only hopium they got. There's nothing else they can do. That's it. Uber is going to fucking bankruptcy.
So far, Tesla actually is going up today. I am noticing it. I mean,
well, and now I don't know if this is just going to continue the trend. To me, it's obscene that Tesla's just going for $350 when they have the actual first solution for real. Forget about the robot taxi, dude. Can I tell you what no one is considering at all? Like, why would you buy a regular car and not just a robot taxi from now on? Like, I don't think they're going to make more regular cars like they used to back in the day. Like, you're not going to be able to buy a Ford Fiesta anymore with the capabilities of a robot taxi. You're either going to buy a robot taxi from Ford of like 2 or 3 kinds, if Ford's still in business back then, if they beg Papi Elon Musk to give him like all of their self-driving stuff, just like they did with the charging. Otherwise, what the fuck is going to happen? Because just think about the conversations. Everyone around you that has a Tesla will be able to go to anywhere while playing on their phone, playing video games in the car, fucking getting a BJ, whatever. You know what I mean?
It's true.
You're going to be like an asshole.
Well, you can't do that now?
Car.
You can't do that now?
Well, it deactivates when it sees that you're a little distracted. That's the problem. It's looking at your eyes.
Oh, I see. I'm the only one who's done in 3 seconds, so it's not an issue.
So if my eyes roll back, I'm done. You know what I mean? I got to be looking forward, and that's the problem. No, it's gonna
or you could just be an alpha chat and be finished in 3 seconds.
That's also another one. People look at it like it's a negative. I'm always down for a race. I'm always the quickest on any race.
Always the first one to finish.
I always finish first. Thank you. No, but also aside from changing that, you're talking about public transportation, because I don't know how many people know this, but Jeff Bezos and Amazon for a long time, and I don't know if they still do it, what they do is, let's say that you have a company that sells sombreros and you're killing it and you're selling them on Amazon. Well, Jeff Bezos will look at the volume of business that you're doing. He will create the same sombrero that you're making, call it an Amazon original, and email all of the people that you sell your sombrero to and say, you can buy now the sombrero instead of for $40 for $20. And Jeff Bezos might be losing money right there, but he's going to lose money until he puts you out of business and you have no more sombreros to sell. And then he'll raise the price of his sombreros to the normal price. So
and
right
technically
now,
that should be illegal, but nobody cares.
It's not. So right now, Elon is starting to put that in my head because he went with a robot taxi and he charged $4.20, $4.20 per ride, no matter where in Austin. And I know it's a pilot program and whatnot, but literally Elon can do this to fuck everyone out of business. Everyone out of business. He can just hold low prices on these rides for a long time, and Uber will just not exist anymore. And if this really adapts and learns fast, they're done. So I would never touch Elon, Uber up here.
We need this in Cancun.
Oh yeah. You need it everywhere in the world, dude. I don't understand why people fight about it so much.
It might be a little challenging in India and Pakistan.
Yeah, I know. Mexico in general is a fucking mess. But if they're trying it, We'll see.
I don't have the balls to drive in India or Pakistan.
Just drive, yeah. I completely agree. I hate driving in Mexico myself. Everyone drives like a fucking animal.
Yeah, people look at me, or both of us, like we're broke because we don't have a car. No thanks, I'm not driving here.
Oh no, people are completely insane. No, thank you. Like you said, no gracias, as they say in my país. Alrighty. Estamos viendo Uber Pueden ver que desde que salió ha estado en tendencia alcista, aunque haya salido por acá y después haya tenido esta deliciosa caída, o la primera, ¿no? Hasta los $13, esta fue la original. Esta fue una caída de libro y aparte con un hombro, cabeza a hombro que te dijo, aquí está la lana, papi, ahí estuvo la lana y después una vez más caímos hasta los $19. Aguantamos y ahora estamos cotizando en 83.24. El problema de Uber más grande es lo que acabamos de ver con Tesla, lo que acaba de existir. Uber podría literalmente simplemente desaparecer una vez que Tesla haga lo que está haciendo con los robotaxis. Les voy a explicar un poco más de eso porque creo que es importante no solamente ver esto y analizar el problema o la causa de algo que pueda ocurrir, sobre todo cuando estás viendo esto, ¿no? Estás básicamente en altos históricos. ¿Qué clase de loco diría que Uber va a cero? Yo les voy a decir por qué. El impacto del robotaxi. Si Tesla hace lo mismo, si Elon Musk decide hacer lo mismo que Jeff Bezos hace, y esto se los conté al principio, de ofrecer el mismo producto que alguien más, pero por mucho menos dinero y llevarlos a la bancarrota, esto es lo que va a poder hacer. Estuvo cobrando por por los rides de los robotaxis aquí en Austin, bueno, no aquí, en Austin, solamente $4.20. Ahora, sé que lo está haciendo por promo, está chistoso, jajaja, pero si en verdad esto resulta ser una prueba exitosa, pueden expandir bastante rápido su sistema a otras ciudades, etcétera, dentro de Estados Unidos. Literalmente podrían dejar sus precios tan bajos para destruir a Uber y sacarlos de todos los negocios. Y ahora, si esto evoluciona y lo puedes meter en lugares donde el tráfico sea inmamable, como en México y otros lugares, imagínate, va a destruir absolutamente todo. Todo, todo, todo. Y Uber no va a tener negocio. Va a decir la gente, pero tienen Uber con las comiditas. Exactamente. Puedes meter el Tesla, se lleva la comidita y te la traen. No hay diferencia alguna. Así que pongan muchísima atención acá para esto. Esto podría ser el principio del fin. Ahora, no pasa en 2 semanas, no va a pasar en un año. Pero cuando sabes que algo está listo para irse al pito, le toma 1 a 2 años en caer hasta donde está el pito. Es lo que le pasó a BlackBerry en el pasado. Es más, déjeme checo rápido eso. ¿Ya no existe BlackBerry en el mercado? Espérenme, ahí está, es BB. Ahí les va esto. Eso es BlackBerry. Acá, ¿saben qué salió por estos años? El iPhone. Adivinen dónde está BlackBerry hoy, en $4. Acá es donde el tío Salo hacía sus videos de telefonitos diciéndole a todo el mundo, se va a ir esto a la mierda. Los browsers de BlackBerry ya no sirven. Cállate, imbécil. Pito. De 128, si no me equivoco, $147 a $4. ¿Cuánto tiempo tardó de estar en tope en básicamente llegar a una zona parecida? Ahí les va. ¿Cuántas barras son? 111 semanas. 2 años. 2 años es lo que tomó. Instantáneamente el iPhone no se llevó todo su mercado, ni tampoco Android, pero en 2 años la gente ya sabía. Eso es lo que podríamos ver con Uber. Básicamente lo mismo. Estás aquí en el tope de Uber. Y una vez más, entiendo los obstáculos que tienen para expandir a otros países, etcétera, pero esto se ve bastante agresivo. ¿Ok? Ahora, tenemos estos máximos. ¿Esto qué es? Esta es una divergencia de precio bajista. Normalmente cuando ves esto, esta es la M de McDonald's. Ta. La M de McDonald's normalmente va así, donde tienes este máximo y tienes un máximo más alto. Así que pongamos atención a ese patrón, a ver si va a haber reversión. Voy a llevarlos a la mensual. En la mensual, ¿qué es lo que tenemos? Una vela topera justamente acá. Ahora, velas toperas no significan el final, pero sí indican correcciones en Uber. La hemos visto, las vemos por acá también. Esta es una vela topera. ¿Qué activaría esta vela topera? Cualquier cierre por debajo de los $80 nos diría que esta es una vela topera, que va a haber follow through, y también esta es una vela topera. Esta vela topera lo pone todavía más fácil. El siguiente cierre mensual en 7 días y 4 horas puede, si no llega a caer a los 80 y marcarlo así, la siguiente vela lo puede hacer. Así que pongan bastante atención. Al mismo tiempo, tenemos expansión de volatilidad en Uber, pero se está doblando. Y es justamente lo que podríamos ver. Podríamos ver esta expansión de volatilidad, dar continuación, pero continuación con el movimiento a la baja. Así que pongamos bastante atención. Y sí, mi bias es bastante bajista en esto. Pueden ver dónde estamos justamente. Ahorita estamos arriba de la zona azul. Tenemos 7 días y 8 horas para venir a crear máximos históricos por ahí de los $100. Si no podemos hacer eso, muy probablemente vayamos a la media en los 77. Eso confirmaría nuestra vela topera y nos llevaría a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 66, que coincide con el promedio del 21 y coincide con la media de este canal en la que está Uber en estos momentos. 2 semanas, estamos viendo volatilidad contraer, no tenemos nada por ahí. Y también estamos viendo que venimos de la parte alta de la zona azul, llegamos hasta el 61.8% y ahora estamos cayendo a la zona azul, rechazo por aquí arriba. De perder el promedio del 5 en este momento, siguiente objetivo debería ser el promedio del 9 en los 79, lo que confirmaría la vela topera, pero de no poder aguantar los 76. Y eso ya pone a Uber en un predicamento bastante agresivo. Pueden ver que el promedio del 55 está aquí abajo con el 38% en la parte baja de la zona azul. Empieza a pintar que los 70 van a venir a Uber. ¿Y eso qué será? Podría ser hasta un máximo, un mínimo más alto. Así que atentos ahí. Semanal, denme un segundo, volatilidad contrayendo también, no tiene nada. Venimos de la parte alta, casi el 95%. ¿Qué es esto? Efectivamente, el 95%. Caímos a la zona azul y cayendo en la zona azul, estamos por debajo de la media y estamos teniendo un rechazo de no poder romper los $84 básicamente a la alza. Bueno, los 84 y luego los 85.20. Vas a venir a la parte baja de la zona azul y la parte baja de la zona azul está en los 77, lo que confirmaría tu vela topera. Interesante. Diaria, ya caímos, subimos a la parte alta de la zona azul y ahora estamos cayendo una vez más. Lo que estamos buscando y la esperanza para todo el mundo es que justamente aquí esté haciendo el nuevo piso, en los 82. De romper y llevarse este bajo de acá en los 81, 88, muy probablemente veamos el 61.8% en 81.54 y de ahí el promedio del 100. El promedio del 100 está en 79.35, abriéndole la puerta a todo lo que estamos viendo. Ahora, Uber está preparando un movimiento de volatilidad. Vamos a ver para dónde es en la diaria y mantener nuestro ojo por acá, porque una vez que se dé o va a ser una gran caída, una gran explosión a la alza acompañada de este movimiento. Y personalmente yo creo que el siguiente rango que va a venir va a ser este. Vamos a ver si lo hace luego o si tal vez va a tomar su tiempo para hacerlo. Pero una vez más, BlackBerry ya lo hizo enfrente de todos ustedes años atrás y nadie lo creyó en ese momento. Decían que los teléfonos sin teclado nunca iban a pegar. Como dicen ahorita que los coches sin piloto no van a pegar. Como cuando decían que Blockbuster, que todo el mundo quería ir a comprar su película, comer helado y escogerla ahí porque nunca iban a pegar los DVDs en casa. Es una belleza ver todo eso. Una belleza. All righty, Mr. Alex, we're ready. No, Farhan. With the XRPPs.
I was confused for a second there. I sadly
It's okay. Not everyone knows about their genre.
I sadly did get stopped out of my Bitcoin long. I have now switched into a short.
Oh, that's fantastic. Fantastic. I'm glad I sold my Solana long too this morning. So you boys, I can't say thank you enough for all the free money this month. It's been fucking crazy.
My gambling account from $30 is now at $170.
Beautiful.
Oh no, you suffered a little haircut there.
It's a higher low is all.
Yeah, exactly.
Our Discord short filled and our Academy short, I literally posted it right after I did Bitcoin filled. So we're fully positioned again. And I think honestly, daily EMA 100 has to hold. Either it's the trap and we're going to go under it and test the SMA 200, or EMA 100 will spring us up today. So watch.
Well, glad I missed it by doing this fucking bullshit. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
De nada. But yeah, so it's not so bad considering that I started the $30 account, ran it up to 228 or 230, I believe, and then ran it all the way back down to 60, and then from 60 it went back to 400. So we can run this from 170 to $1,000, hopefully.
No doubt. No doubt.
Let's start with the quarterly on XRP. So right now on the quarterly, we are getting momentum still to the upside, although on the first tap, it is rejecting the bullish control zone, which if we do get a monthly quarterly closure and it does reject the bullish control zone, that is when it's going to flip down, and at the minimum, it's going to go towards the reset zone. And that would be a retest of this 38.2%, right around $1.40. If we can get a close over this previous candle's close at about $2.09, then this likely will break into the bullish control zone, and probably we're going to get at least one more test of this previous all-time high at around $3.40. It's going to really come down to this monthly and quarterly closure in about 7 days. Right now, the jewel is still giving us a buy signal, but it is possible if we do close this candle red that this buy signal shifts into a neutral signal. We won't really know until the candle closes. The one way to know for sure that it will almost certainly shift over into a neutral signal is if we close below this candle's low at about $1.76. If that happens, then almost certainly it will switch into a neutral signal, and we're going to be targeting at a minimum $1.40 area. Once you get to that $1.40 area, this is going to be where bulls absolutely have to step in and hold $1.40, or XRP is going to do what it usually does, and it's going to erase the entirety of its pump and go below $1, probably go below 50 cents. Monthly has already flipped to the downside on momentum, and however, volatility is contracting, giving some hopium that it could be a higher low, and the jewel is now putting in a sell signal. However, it is not closed yet, so it hasn't confirmed just yet. But momentum is going below all of these lows here while putting in technically a higher low. So it is possible for it to put in a hidden bullish divergence, but you have to close over $2.66 for that to happen. A little bit unlikely at this point. And if that does happen, you're likely going to go towards at least $4. But it's a little unlikely. Quite a big but. 2-week is now starting to flip up on momentum. Volatility, however, is contracting, so it shouldn't be looked at as a reversal just yet. You want to see a closure over $2.66 to get that reversal, and then likely you'll get volatility expansion as well. Right now, it is hanging on for dear life at support of this 2-week 21 EMA. Start to lose this 2-week 21 EMA, you've got nothing but air until somewhere around like $1.30, and then below there you got 47 cents. So that $1.40 area is very, very, very critical. Weekly is now flipped back to the downside on momentum, getting very close to the bearish control zone with volatility expanding, and the weekly now giving you a confirmed sell signal on the jewel. Not looking the best, and we've got a closure below the median. Last time we closed below the median, we went all the way down to the 61.8%. That right now sits right around our 55 EMA, that same wick low of $1.70. 5 days now also getting flipped down close to the bearish control zone with volatility expansion and a sell signal on the jewel, and we are now losing the 38.2% on the 5-day. Last time we had a closure below the 38.2%. We went all the way down to this 88.3%. Right now, the 88.3% is at about $1.45. Kind of leaning heavily towards the bearish side. 2 days now also flipped to the downside in the bearish control zone. 2 days now giving you a silver cross to the downside. Have we got? It seems like it's going to be one of those silver. Yeah, it was one of the silver crosses where price action dumped so much that the 9 EMA was pulled into price action. And below this 100, we literally have nothing but air until the 200. That sits at about $1.51. Daily as well is flipping to the downside in the bearish control zone with volatility expansion. Daily is also giving us a silver cross to the downside. Once we start to lose this wick low, it's going to probably capitulate to 150s to 140s. 4 hours currently flipped to the upside, but looking like the local top is put in right at the edge of the bullish control zone, and volatility is still contracting the entire time. Right now, the jewel is very close to giving us a nice buy signal. It is just touching tips with the pink and the yellow. It is probable that that's not going to confirm. What's going to be confirmation that won't confirm is going to be a close below about $1.98. $1.98. If we get that, then it's very likely this is not going to confirm. This is going to flip back down, and we're probably going to be capitulating at that point. Hopium right now is we hold $1.98 on a closing basis, and then that will be a swing failure pattern, and then we can get another attempt for this $2 area. We'll switch to the RSI. Look at this first. The Bitcoin pairing looks kind of terrible. There is a little bit of hopium here that we have reclaimed this 21 EMA after, well, the first time since this complete breakdown in 2019. And we have gotten 2 closures over this 21 EMA. So what we don't want to do is deviate it. So on this monthly closure, we want to see where it closes. If it does lose this monthly 21 EMA, that would be a swing failure pattern or / deviation of this 21. And then I would look for it to capitulate at that point down to at the very least these lows here, which is the current, basically almost at the current all-time lows. If we hold this 21 on a closing basis at that point, then I would shift into a lot more bullish posturing for XRP. And I would be looking for somewhere around this breakdown point to be retested, which is significantly higher than where we are now. That is like 300% higher than where we are now. Seems a little unlikely at this point based on how the candle looks, but we won't know until the closure.
Well, based on the information that's available, let me ask you something that's probably on every XRP community member's mind. When are we getting the $21 per XRP?
Tomorrow.
Okay. All right. That's the only thing that matters. We don't look at charts. In the XRP community, we don't look at charts or reality either.
You don't need
we're
to.
actually high on angel dust and other fun stuff all the time. So we're enjoying those things. So we have to ask the questions pretty blunt to experts like yourself.
Yeah, you don't really need to look at any of that garbage. That
Yeah, of course
useless
not.
bullshit. You don't need that.
Of course not. And we know that after $21,000 is per XRP is going to be it. We already know the truth. Yeah.
Why so bearish? Look how expensive Bitcoin is. Why can't it be 50% of that?
Well, I'm not that greedy. I'm not that greedy.
Not greedy. Huh.
Well, everyone in crypto has to pretend like they're just doing it because of the freedom and like the technology and whatnot, right? Instead of saying like price keeps going up, that's all I care about. I don't know why they just can't do that.
I'll be honest. Only reason why I even care about this vaporware dog shit is that the price goes up.
Yeah, of course. That's the only reason why I give a fuck about Bitcoin and crypto.
The price goes up.
Yeah. It's not like it's going to save the world of anything. Those people are fucking hilarious.
Everybody knows deep down that they don't actually believe it themselves either.
I don't know, dude. People can fool themselves pretty well. I think so.
In the back of their minds, they probably know.
I don't know.
I got some hopium right here. It's still Silver Cross is still technically active as long as you are closing above that 55 EMA. It's not looking the best though. It is looking like you're probably going to test that 55 EMA. Hopium is that you will get some strong buyback here, hold this, put in a higher low, get a nice swing failure of these lows here, and then we can test this 200. Hopium, we're crossing our fingers, closing our eyes, crossing the coconuts, crossing the toes, and hoping that this 55 EMA holds. Because if it doesn't, then you're going to retrace this entire pump, and your XRP is going below 50 cents. Nothing there.
Guys, Alex, thank you for telling us on the group chat that Iran might attack U.S. bases. Now that we know this on X, we should alert the U.S. government. Someone should tell them no, because we know we're on X. The U.S. government's not on X, so they don't know what Iran's planning. We know.
Definitely not.
This is important. I love the news.
4 hour has now confirmed to drive 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. Interesting. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over many zeros, 2007. And your next move is I don't know because there's many zeros. Now we will switch over to the US dollar pairing. Why is Bitcoin going up? Fuck this bullshit.
99.8 hit.
It's about to make a big move. That's why it's fucking everyone out outside.
Yeah, try that resistance now. 100,700. Let's see.
5 days, very close to putting in hidden bearish divergence. It will confirm with any close below $2.11 to 2.118. And that will give you a target of the bearish control zone, likely lower because of how low volatility is. But the bearish control zone right now sits at 166. Guys, remember that 140 area? Very, very, very critical. Right now, the critical zone is probably not going to get hit because it's going to update in about a day, but it's sitting at 10 cents.
So you have a volatility set up on that? That should be bad, no? People should be worried.
5-day went all the way down to about 11%. So you got a 5-day volatility set up with the hidden bearish divergence. I would say minimum target is going to be this 100 EMA at about $1.60. Lands right up with the bearish control zone. The next level, it's kind of scary. It's sitting at about 93 cents. If you don't bounce at 160, I guess you can move that 140s area for a 5-day closing basis at 160. You close a 5-day below 160, you're going below $1. 2 days got active bearish divergence, going to be active below $2.33, and you've got that silver cross to the downside. 2 days kind of looking like, yeah, the magnet is going to be 150. Or 4 hours also got that hidden bearish divergence on the US dollar pairing as well as the Bitcoin pairing. Going to be active as long as you're closing below $2.04. And your next move is into the critical zone, which right now is at about $1.83. Now we will check the momentum. Quarterly momentum is still pretty strongly to the upside, and it will remain to the upside with volatility expansion as long as you're over $1.07. However, it is projected on this next one, maybe 2 closures max. It is going to be at the edge of the bearish control zone. That area, the pivot likely does go up. We're going to have to watch that. Monthly is already positioned to the downside, and it's projecting the bullish control zone. Hopium right now is that volatility is contracting, and it's going to be pointed down below 282. That hopium is going to go right out the window once you lose that monthly 9 EMA, though. Then volatility is very likely going to start expanding towards this 21 at about $1.43. 2-week is now getting volatility expansion with momentum to the downside below 266. And you are now getting volatility expansion from extreme lows, and you're at above the moving average at 16% now. 2-week is also weekly is also giving you volatility expansion with the momentum freshly flipping down, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's flipped down below 217. 5 days well, it's getting volatility expansion with momentum flipping down, rejecting the bullish control zone, flip down below 233. 2 days also freshly flipping down with volatility expansion with the silver cross flip down below 203. Daily as well, it's freshly flipping down with volatility expansion and the silver cross, and it's flipped down below 207. 4-hour, however, is flipped to the upside, but it is looking like the local top is in. And validation of that local top being in is going to be getting any close over $2.04. But right now, you are flipped up above 198. Does look like it is about to flip down. Look at 2-hour. And 2-hour confirms it by already flipping to the downside. And you're putting in a nice little Bart pattern right here, a little Bart Simpson. And you are flipped down below about 199. Oh, the cats are fighting.
Bad pussies. No.
High time frames on XRP are now starting to shift bearish. The quarterly momentum is still to the upside, but you're approaching the bearish control zone, and the candles are looking kind of bearish. Monthly has already flipped to the downside, and it is going to remain to the downside below 282. The 2-week, I believe, 2-week is also to the downside. 2-week, weekly, and 5-day are now getting volatility expansion with momentum to the downside. The lower time frames are also now flipping to the downside. Looks like the 4 hours going to flip down. 2 hours already flipped to the downside, and the daily is going to flip down. And that would give you it does look like the 4-hour lower high is in. As long as you are below that $2.04 area, it does look like you are going to go towards your next support somewhere between 160 and 140. That's going to be the area you absolutely have to hold, because if you lose that 140 area on a tick basis, or if you lose 160 on a 5-day closing basis, which is that 21 EMA, you are very likely going to capitulate, and that likely is going to take you below $1. Your first level of support is sitting somewhere around 90 cents, and then your level below there is sitting at about 47 cents. Your invalidation on all of this is going to be getting either a tick above $3, and actually let's be a little bit more conservative and use $3.21, or getting a weekly close above $2.66. Those are the two invalidations. Otherwise, it is likely going to resolve to the downside.
Damn. Alex, you got Roblox afterwards. And for XRP, I mean, I don't, wait a second. That's my chart. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
XRP was really the one giving us the move from the start. When the whole rally started, you were like, I don't know what's going on, but XRP looks bullish as fuck. Remember that?
Yeah.
This is kind of like the first time it looks this bad. Even when everything and we had like that big correction on the market, this was the first time everything was flipped down, basically, which is interesting. Just something for me to keep in mind.
Yeah,
I don't.
XRP too was looking, before Bitcoin broke down, it was looking very heavy, to me at least. You know, for the Academy, we wanted that 224 to short to fill again for the bearish retest, but didn't
do it. That's what we were trying to say here. Yeah.
It literally like lost that 116 for my meme line and then just straight went to 196, like straight free move. It's kind of crazy because 196 was our TP, full TP. And I know some caught that on XRP because I was talking about that, but kind of crazy. That shows how weak markets are.
Sorry to interrupt you. Apparently, Iran has launched 6 missiles towards U.S. bases.
There you go. Someone tell the U.S. government first.
Yeah.
Like, how are they going to know if they don't read X? I
Right.
hope they have an X account. I really hope so. I pray for it. I pray for it as an American. We have an X account. People know.
Well, we know Trump has an X account.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he doesn't. Let me tell you, he tells the truth and he does it socially. Very socially does tell the truth in that platform.
I'm kind of
It's the best. It's the best social media platform. It's the best one.
You're shocked at what?
It's just kind of shocking at how like weak XRP looked and how easy it was. Like just straight up
makes no
rejected
sense.
the daily 9, lost that like super easy meme channel on like the daily, and then just straight up broke down. That's crazy to me. That was I guess it wasn't crazy. Like a 10% move, I guess, makes sense for an all.
Well, the reject of the SMA 200 on the daily was kind of like that, right? And we didn't really get a rejection. We just front ran it.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying. That was our first, like when we were pumping up, we were long on XRP, and that was my TP zone. We missed it by cents. But yeah, straight to business on that one. That was nice. If anyone caught that, 11% move straight to business. No chop.
And fast.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy. All righty, we'll do that and then Roblox. Thank you, sir. Muy interesante lo que estamos viendo en XRP, porque XRP fue la primera cosa que vimos, ¿se acuerdan? Cuando empezamos con esto, que Farhan dijo, no sé qué esté pasando, pero XRP se ve muy alcista, y cuando XRP se vio muy alcista, dio este mega bólido a la alza que hizo más de un 500X en nada de tiempo, en un mes, me parece que fue. Y desde entonces, que cuando llegamos a este máximo en los 3-4, básicamente nos quedamos peleándonos ya en este rango y ahora a ver si lo aguantamos. Ya saben qué es lo que pasa una vez que pierdes este rango, básicamente de vuelta a la zona de hasta acá abajo. Y ahorita es la primera vez que estamos viendo en todas las temporalidades XRP Momentum flipando para abajo, el precio estando por debajo de todos los puntos de flip. Y pues, oye, qué bárbaro eso XRP, brother. Bueno, con eso dicho, vamos a ver rápidamente nuestro HPDR, a ver cómo se ve. Porque habíamos dicho, este es el movimiento que seguía, pero a mí se me fue, honestamente. Este hubiera sido muy fácil de seguir. Ok, veníamos del 78.6%, estamos cayendo, caímos al 61.8% y ahora estamos al 50%. Lo siguiente que nos debió haber aguantado, que fue justamente eso, fue nuestro promedio del 5 acá en el 1.5, 1.6. Ahora, de caer una vez más por ahí, no aguantar, estamos hablando de ir al 1.4 y en 1.4 básicamente son todas las temporalidades en XRP y se vuelven bajistas. Absolutamente todas. Mensual no tenemos volatilidad, está contrayendo. ¿Dónde está nuestro promedio? Nuestra media está en el 2.5, tenemos el rechazo de esta línea meme, el 2.5 y ahora también el promedio del 9 que lo estamos perdiendo. De no poder aguantar acá y no poder recuperar ese 2.05, nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser el 1.06, que de nuevo, absolutamente en todas las temporalidades es negativo y además de que te llevarías este mínimo y harías un mínimo más bajo, eso se vería pésimo. Entonces eso haría que el promedio del 21 en la mensual fuera tu siguiente objetivo real en el 1.42. ¡Qué bruto! Oye, brother, qué bruto. Ok, En la de 2 semanas estamos por debajo de la media, no trae nada de fuerza esto, la media está bajo el promedio del 9, el 5, ahora demostrándonos un poco de esa debilidad y está agarrándonos el promedio del 9. Yo creo que esto es lo que tienes que quedarte viendo como si fueras un degenerado. Aquí el promedio del 21, de no aguantar vas al 1.80 al 61.8% que está en el 1.5. Así que atención, damas y caballeros, por acá habíamos visto volatilidad. Volatilidad acá está expandiendo ante la caída. Ojo, esta es la de 2 semanas. Esto es donde estamos. Y esto es ante una caída con momentum apuntando para abajo. Eso te debería dar en realidad un movimiento más agresivo a la baja. Ni les voy a decir cuál es, porque para qué me pongo en esa situación, güey. También tienes volatilidad expandiendo, pero no oficialmente arriba del 15% en la semanal y estás ante una caída. Vienes, estás teniendo el rechazo del 34%, la zona azul, siguiente objetivo es el 50%. De no aguantar el 1.89, vas al 61.8% en el 1.74. Y aquí la cosa se pone todavía más apretada y dura para XRP. Ajá. 5 días tienes expansión de volatilidad ante esta caída también. Uf, y acá ya estás a punto de tocar el 50% con el promedio del 55 en el 1.94. De no aguantarlo, tu siguiente objetivo va a ser este promedio del 100 en el 1.58, 1.60. Y bueno, ya aquí ya estás en nuevos mínimos y eso te pone peor todavía. Diaria, me parece que tienes expansión de volatilidad ante esta caída. Aquí yo es donde yo la pondría, que es la última movida que dio. Sí, y esta caída nos va a llevar al 78% que coincide con mi línea meme en el 1.93. Aquí es donde quieres aguantar. Y la razón por qué es porque tienes aire limpio. Y aparte, vienes de tener un setup con todos los promedios acá, que es lo que habíamos cantado en la sesión pasada cuando hablamos de XRP, de que si estos promedios te daban a la alza y podías consolidar por encima del S&P 200, era alcista, pero si iba para abajo iba a ser muy bajista y es justamente el escenario que se está dando. Pierdes esta línea meme en el 1.93, Dios, el 1.60 es lo que sigue y de 1.60 deberías de hacer un mínimo más grande porque tienes toda temporalidad apuntando momentum para abajo y volatilidad expandiendo ante esos movimientos. Estos son movimientos enormes que da XRP y esto nos va a llevar ¿a dónde? Bastante fácil. Tristemente para toda la gente que está esperando, ¿cómo se llama? Para toda la gente que está esperando que XRP explote a la alza y les haga millones de dólares y valga no sé cuánto, una vez que pierdas el 1.6, básicamente vas a regresar a los 80 y tantos centavos y después más cerca de los mínimos que había vivido antes XRP, a esta línea meme que continúa yéndose en su vida. XRP no se ve bien. Esto es, por cierto, cuando esto estalle por fin, este movimiento debería llevar XRP a $6 cuando por fin pueda romper esto a la alza. Por ahora, nada. Se ve mal. Alrighty, sir. Let's see. What do you got? Roblox.
Yeah.
Robert Locks.
Okay. Let's take a look at this. Nice. So we hit that 103.84 region. Here's where you should start looking for some pullback. Easily could form a new range now. 103.84 resistance, and then you have support at 93.92, basically $94 being support. That's an interesting range because, once we reclaimed essentially above 93.96, yeah, we just broke out, went straight to the next zone that I had. But we're at a big spot now. I mean, if Roblox does end up reclaiming specifically 103.84 on a weekly close, yeah, this will open up potential to go all the way to all-time high and actually break out. My next target will be 125. Puts out a pretty big range. Could draw a line here. You can see here, boom. And then let me just double check that. Yeah, that makes sense. And so that's why, if we see such a big next target, most likely then after having 3, 6, 7 green weekly candles, most likely a pullback shouldn't surprise anyone from here. It could look something like this. Got that higher high, comes in, you have support of the 9 actually coming in. What will actually move Roblox up? Like what would be the spring will be if that weekly 9 moves up more, because we've honestly been trailing the 5 since we reclaimed it in April. Each tap has just been supported by the EMA 5. So I can imagine that if the 9 ends up coming around that $93 and we get that pullback, that should be enough fuel to honestly break us back out. Because if the 5s, we've been having reactions like this on the 5, I can imagine how it's going to be on the 9, which, I mean, let's just look. So we reclaimed it. Here's where we actually had a spring off the 9, and then you just never tested it again from that move. So far led you 64% with obvious ad zones on the 5, EMA 5. So my point being is if the 5's been this strong, how strong will the 9 be? That is going to keep moving up on each weekly closure. And even if we had the range and consolidation, you know, weekly volatility here could start curling down, falling under the moving average, just giving us more of a scenario where, yeah, we definitely could just range. You notice here, even the 2-week 5 into next closure will be more around where that 93, 96 level is. Again, just kind of solidifying support. It's all we can do at a range like this. There's no reason to be scaling longs at all, in my opinion. I could say, well, you know, you're going to long here and target 125, but that's where we go wrong, because then resistance holds, we break down, we break the daily downtrend, uptrend to a downtrend. And then that move, which would have been very easily predictable, smokes you. Rather, let's just wait simply. If we're going to have a pullback here, then we obviously will need this low to get taken out. We'll need the 5 to get lost. So now we have an easy, you know, gauge. You're just trying to see if that EMA 5 will get lost. Around up here will be good confluence, potentially a high forming if so. Could look like that. Test the 9 and comes down. Notice the 21 is already at 93, 96 almost. So, you know, you haven't even hit that since breaking out in April. Again, it's the same argument on the weekly, which is on the daily. If the 9's been this strong, can't imagine the 21 will be, you know, weak. Then it should be gauged as very strong. And that's really it. It's a very simple analysis on Roblox.
Just going up.
Just I can go on all other time frames and show the moving averages, but you all should be able to do that at this point. It's really just you're watching to see if we're going to reclaim 103.84, hold that on like 2 to 3 closures, not a reclaim deviation, because that's where you get a short setup.
Wow, look at that chart.
It's
what are we doing with
unbelievable.
Bitcoin? The next store of value is Roblox.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's it, really. I mean, watch the zone 103.84 is what I'm looking at. Yeah, I guess HBR looks interesting potentially.
But Mom, I want some Robux.
No, bad Roblox. Bad kid. Your father left me because of you.
I was actually, like, not gonna lie, I was a terrible kid growing up.
I'm sure I was too.
Probably the karma I'm getting for Fibonacci.
Honestly. So yeah, that's it. Just watch the level 103.84 resistance, $94 support. Very well could do this. Reset volatility on the weekly, you know, and then you get a move, you know, closer to like August, July.
Yeah.
You know, this is wrong though. If you start losing 94 and also the daily 9, then we can at least target, you know, around $88. And if you can't get back above $94, then that'll reject you down to like $77. You're noticing that the daily EMA 100 is right around that zone. So big zone, right around that $77 region. But yeah, strong chart. This won't go up forever like this, but you definitely don't want to be an aggressive bear without a trigger. So you are at mean line resistance, but you know, the range idea could easily get demolished if, like, let's say weekly start closing above 108, 103.84. So yeah, that's all I have on Roblox. Just watch for an SR flip or a range to form.
Thank you, Mr. Farhan. LMND.
Lemonade?
Oh, God damn it. I guess so. It's like I've never heard of these companies. And by the way, I talk about them with like my friend Rodrigo on the podcast that we do together because he like brings up like these company results. I don't give a fuck because I only watch 3 companies, but he's like doing all these research and doing this. Always talks about it. And he's like, remember, like last week we talked about it. I was like, don't remember that at all, buddy. And here's another proof of that. I don't even remember one of the most talked about companies that we.
Looks like we're about to get a nice little retest of this 15-minute silver cross on Bitcoin.
Hang on. All right, tell me where to go in. I need to go get my computer. Did you say 15-minute?
Yeah.
100.
Fucking degenerate.
Like 101 could reject extremities like 101.3, 101.
Oh, right here. Or 103 or 105, right?
Yeah. The easy trade will be 103.1. That's the easy high RR trade. But if we are going to break down, that should roll over from here.
There you go. There you go. I should probably go get my computer and put my trade in, huh? You fucking stupid Bitcoin leaving me out while I work. Bad Bitcoin. No.
Let me add to my short. Hopefully I don't get liquidated.
I hope you don't, sir. Okay, I'll do XR. No, it's Roblox, and we'll get into LMND, Lemonade right now. Ok, Roblox se les voy a poner bastante fácil, honestamente, ahora que se me está yendo mi trade de Bitcoin por estar aquí trabajando o no, pretendiendo estar trabajando. Roblox se ve alcista de a madre, continúa en esta mega parábola para arriba. Tiene 7 días y 3 horas para cerrar esta vela y les voy a decir todo el secreto de esto. Continúa haciendo bajos más altos, todo, además de que está formando un perfecto patrón de copa, etcétera. Espero que esto vaya sin problema alguna, sin encontrar mucha resistencia a los 126. Lo que sí es, aquí sí espero una consolidación hasta acá. ¿Cuál sería mi máximo extremo en oportunidad para agregar a mi posición en Roblox? $93. 93 a 94. Perdiendo esta zona, yo diría que se está dando la vuelta y va a revertir mucho más de lo que pensamos. Por ahora, la fuerza que lleva en todas las temporalidades, esta es la de semanal, esta es la mensual, 2 semanas puedes ver el porqué, la semanal puedes ver el porqué y también volatilidad continúa expandiendo en extremos y le gusta estar en extremos por mucho tiempo. Así que Roblox todavía puede seguir empujando. En la diaria, y en la diaria tenemos también el promedio del 9 que ya coincide con esta zona, es donde yo diría, y el 21 sería el extra en esta zona de 93. Cualquier cosa por encima, y ahí es donde se los voy a dejar. Cualquier regreso a esta línea meme en los 99 es oportunidad. 94 sería gran oportunidad. Y esto continúa siendo alcista. No hay nada que nos haga pensar que no. Primer objetivo son 126. Una vez que hagamos esto en 126, tenemos ya un objetivo súper alto. Me parece que está en 200. Es básicamente el movimiento desde acá hasta acá para arriba. Y esos son 126, son $100. Agrégale $100 a los 26, $226, básicamente. Es lo que sería el siguiente objetivo después en Roblox para nosotros. Vámonos con Lemonade, damas y caballeros. No hay tanto que agregar en este gráfico. Continúa idéntico, simplemente empujando a la alza. All righty, let's do LMND, señor.
Lemonade.
LMND. By the way, you know that all those missiles that were fired got already taken down. They're just not reporting that. They're just like, they launched missiles.
Very likely. Every single one was intercepted.
Of course, dude. It's fucking Iran. The fact that people are taking this serious, they're mentally challenged. But you know what? They deserve to be fucked with, because if you're so stupid and believe that, that's it.
It's like that one Eminem song from back in the day where he's like, if you really believe that I do whatever I say I do in the songs and I kill people because I don't like them, well, I'll kill you. All right, let me start with the monthly. Right now, monthly is looking quite good. Momentum is to the downside, but it is right at the reset zone. It is looking like one of those situations where it does flip back up at the reset zone, and it's putting in some massive hidden bullish divergence by going below all of these lows on momentum and putting in a huge higher low. And that will confirm as a hidden bullish divergence with any close over about $34.20. We are a good amount above that right now. And we are also over this major lower high previously at $41.17. If we close over that $34.20 area, putting in the hidden bullish divergence, we're going to have a minimum target of hitting this wick high, hitting right around about, I believe, $79.54, right around $79 to $80. This is going to be the area where if bulls can hold over this area and reclaim this $79, $80 area, very, very likely we are going to go to new all-time highs, because that's going to basically confirm your beautiful, beautiful United States pattern. And well, technically it'll be confirmed right around this zone over here, but you could probably front run it by taking out that $80 lower high. That this is the area where we rejected, and then we got our massive drop. And it also lines up with our 50% on the HPDR. 2 week has already flipped to the upside, with volatility supporting it, and the jewel putting in a nice buy signal, has confirmed that buy signal, and it's put in some hidden bullish divergence on the 2 week as well on the jewel. We got the 2 week silver cross to the upside too, and we've reclaimed successfully this 100 EMA. Right now, as long as we are below about $46.98, however, we should be looking for a retest of around $40. Start to reclaim that $47 area, then you should very likely get a nice move up back into the 50s. Weeklies are starting to flip down as well, telling you as long as you're below $46.98, likely are going to retest $40. Very close to giving you a nice buy signal with the pink crossing above the yellow. Hasn't happened just yet. Probably 1, maybe maximum 2 weeks, and it will happen. 5 days currently also flipped to the upside. Close to flipping down, however, it hasn't quite happened just yet. Confirmation is going to be a 5-day close below 51.60. No, my bad. 42.76. Closes below 42.76 is going to be confirmation you're likely going to retest 40 at a minimum. $2 2 day has, I mean, 2 day, I said $2. 2 day has already started to flip to the downside on momentum and volatility, like telling you it's likely going to be a higher low. 2 day also has a slip across. As long as we are below 46.98, more likely than not, you're going to come down to the 61.8% and this 9 EMA right around $40. Daily is currently flipped to the upside, but very close to flipping back down. It is currently rejecting this 38.2%, with the jewel giving you a God mode sell signal. If we close below the 38.2%, odds are you're going to come back down to the bottom 38.2%, which is sitting just around 49 to 30, 39, 60, I mean 40 to 39.66. And 4 hour is also currently rejecting the bullish control zone. It is currently flipped up, but it is in posturing to flip down pretty soon, and we're putting in a 4-hour shooting star candle. On the opposite side, there is a buy signal on the jewel. It isn't quite confirmed just yet. Still got about 17 minutes, but likely will stay confirmed, especially as long as you're closing over this 38.2% at around $43.47. Likely these ranges will step up at that point. You'll get a nice little retest of $40, then you can move up from there. Check the RSI. Uh-oh.
What?
Bitcoin is moving up. Looks like I'm fooked.
Well, I still haven't gotten in the trade, so it seems like I'm not fucked or not doing great. Seems like I'm in limbo.
There's indeed hidden bearish divergence confirmed right here. We have hit the easy target of this 21 EMA and the edge of the bearish control zone, and we're just about to put in the local bottom, and that will be confirmed with any close over about $34.20, and that will invalidate the divergence.
Nice.
Should theoretically hit that critical zone on the validation of the divergence, and the critical zone right now sits at about $102. There is possible hidden bullish divergence on the 2 week. No, it's confirmed. We confirmed it on this one right here. So that would give us a target of the bullish control zone. Sits right now at 49.96, about $50. Nothing. 5 5 days got regular bullish divergence, has been confirmed. You have hit the easy target of the bullish control zone. Next level is the critical zone, which is at about a little high, about 75.52. This will update in about 3 days. Nothing. 4 hour currently has many drives of bullish divergence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drives of bullish divergence. It will be active as long as you're closing over about $37.55. Your next move is into the bullish control zone, which is at about 48.68. Now let's check momentum. Monthly is positioned, or just about to position freshly to the upside, and it's going to flip up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it will flip up as long as you're closing over $34.83. That $34, $35 area comes up again. Very significant. Weekly is already flipped to the upside with expanding volatility, and you will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 31.36. Oh, the 2 week, my bad. I think I said weekly. Weekly is also flipped up with expanding volatility and a derp of life, and you're flipped up as long as you're closing over 33.93. Again, 34. 5 days also flipped up with expanding volatility, will remain up as long as you're over 34.70. 2 day is freshly flipped up with expanding volatility, and it will remain to the upside as long as you're closing over 44.75. You got about a day and 3 hours left to go for the bulls to pump it 60 cents. Daily is currently flipped to the downside, but it will freshly flip up in about 2.5 hours if we can close over $44.18, which we are slightly about, I want to say 80 cents above right now. And 4 hours now freshly flips to the upside with volatility expansion, as long as you are closing over $37.91. 2 hour. 2 hours about to flip down in about 13 minutes, as long as you close below $45.53. Goes along with the idea of that short-term retest of $40. High time frames on this thing are pretty bullish. You have monthly momentum freshly flipping to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone as long as you close over $34.82. You are putting in hidden bullish divergences basically across all of your time frames and regular bullish divergences. 2 week is also flipped to the upside freshly with volatility expansion, but on the lower time frames, when momentum is flipping down, it is looking like you're going to get a retest of somewhere around $40 to maybe $39.55. But that is likely going to be a higher low, and you likely are going to the higher time frames are likely going to take over from there, and probably from that $39.50 to $40 area, you are going to go into somewhere around $55 to $60, and then your next level is somewhere around about $80 to $100, and your invalidation on all of this is going to be getting either a tick below about
34.
20,
well, no, not a tick.
Yeah, tick below about 24.31, or a tick close below, weekly close below about $34. If either one of those two things happen, then it's going to completely break down, and all of that bullishness is going to be thrown out the window, and the macro trend is likely going to take precedent on the quarterly. But I'm not leaning towards that happening right now. I'm taking somewhere around $39.50 to $40, get a nice bounce there, and then move into somewhere around $60, and then reevaluate around there.
Yeah, seems like your number eats on the 2 week, the EMA 100, which is the red line right here. That's where it's going to come back, retest that breakout zone, and fuck it, explode. And that is at 37.25.
Busting action.
Some busting action right there. Exactly.
Busting action.
And you also have a silver cross to the upside on the 2 week. So at the you could also maybe the 9, but the 9 should go up as you go aggressively. Okay. Either way, and then we'll do Celsius to finish this bullshit. I'll be quick. Thank you, sir.
Oh, wonderful. Well, fuck me then with this Bitcoin shit, huh?
Yeah. Well, you'll tell me before we go what's going on, because I'm completely lost and I can't catch up while I'm doing this. Sadly, my brain's too small. Okay. Estamos viendo LMND, ahorita vamos a ver Celsius. LMND es Lemonade. Lemonade son seguros, para los que no sepan. Lemonade salió al mercado no hace tanto tiempo, salió en junio del 2020, lo voy a poner en la mensual para que lo puedan ver. Y Lemonade salió a cotizar en $49. De ahí explotó instantáneamente hasta los 96, pero encontró su máximo histórico justamente acá en los 188 con $30. Desde entonces ha caído y básicamente como todo lo demás hasta los $20, el mínimo más bajo estuvo por ahí de los $10 y ahora estamos oscilando en los $44. Después de toda esta gran caída, habíamos perdido el promedio del 9, habíamos perdido el promedio del 5 en la mensual. Una vez que lo retomamos justamente acá y cruzaron, nos enseña la fuerza y puedes verla una vez más. Altos locales nuevos, un mínimo más alto y ahora vamos a ir a buscar exactamente lo que sigue, un nuevo alto más alto acá. Ok, con eso dicho, voy a llevarlos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas tenemos expansión de volatilidad justo acá ante este despegue verde por acá. Se ve bastante bien y también la estructura que estamos viendo en este momento justo acá tiene bastante potencial. Lo que nosotros pensamos es que ahorita con esta expansión de volatilidad, siempre y cuando no perdamos básicamente esta zona donde está el promedio del 100, en los 37 hasta los $34 que está el 9. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes un cruce plateado. Estaba preguntando a Ramón qué es un cruce plateado y que la gente no sabe en el Discord. Esa gente hija de perra no está viendo el curso. Mala gente, no. En el maldito curso pone, y hay un video literalmente en la librería para todos los que están en el chat que dice, ¿qué son los EMAs y cómo funcionan? Simplemente eso, le picas y ahí te explica todo. Este es un cruce plateado donde el promedio del 21 y el 55 cambian de lugar, el 21 va para arriba. Eso quiere decir que es un cruce plateado a la alza, un silver cross a la alza. Y cuando tienes un silver cross vas a venir a retestear tu promedio del 9, ese es cuando se dan las mejores oportunidades de compra. Y si lo ves acá y ves que retestó el promedio del 9 acá, puedes entender la gran oportunidad que fue. Lo que nosotros estamos fijándonos en es justamente este promedio del 100 que está llegando por acá. Esa línea roja es lo que nosotros creemos. Una vez que rompes, o sea, ya lo rompiste aquí al alza, no te aguantó, caíste, lo vuelves a romper, tienes que venir a retestear esa zona. Y de acá esperaríamos que el precio de Lemonade reviente a la alza. Más allá de esto, semanal, también tienes expansión de volatilidad ante este subidongo. Todavía le queda bastante camino y además de que has visto que le gusta estar en extremos, está apenas en 78.1%. Tiene mucho camino para arriba. Así que sin problema alguno, esto nos debería llevar a esta zona, a romper estos máximos locales. Me lleva 3 días, también tiene setup de volatilidad, por cierto. 5 días también lo tiene y lo pueden ver por acá ante este subidongo. Va a continuar expandiendo y también le gusta estar en extremos en esta temporalidad, lo que nos dice que esto debe de dar continuación. Me gusta mucho que el S&P 200 continúe bajando fuerte y que estemos por encima del 9, el 9 esté por encima del 21 en la de 5 días. Nos demuestra fuerza en el precio. Vamos a la diaria. La diaria no tenemos esa expansión de volatilidad, pero todas las temporalidades momentum está apuntando a la alza. Acá en la diaria puedes ver la estructura que estamos hablando. Veniste a hacer este máximo, este mínimo, y ahora vamos a ir a buscar un nuevo máximo o más alto o más bajo. Lo que nosotros creemos es que por acá vamos a encontrar la oportunidad de entrar o acá en los 41 en donde está tu promedio del 9, o el mejor escenario sería más o menos por acá. ¿Dónde estamos mal? Si llegas a perder $34 en cierres semanales o si llegas a tener un dash, o sea, un rápido abajo de este mínimo que está en los 24.38. Si llegas a tener un dash rápido, un flash, un velazo por debajo de los 24, olvídate de todo esto, todo se volvería bajista. O si tienes cierres semanales por debajo de los $34. $34, ese sería más o menos por acá. Si vas a empezar a tener cierres semanales, adiós. Estos buenos. Ahí está. Vamos a hacer Celsius para poder acabar esto y vámonos a chingar a nuestra madre todo. Ah, aquí está Celsius.
Oh, wait.
CELEH. Ready, señor. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. It's, Celsius, the chart. We've been watching that 3-day SMA 200 you know, that's still a big spot for me. So like, yeah, we just made a high. We're going in for possibly a 3-day high or low right at that EMA 5. I'd be watching that closely because for me, you're just kind of in that gray zone until you either hit, you know, that $47, like $48 region. And we can definitely front run that for sure. And when will we know if this is going to revert back down? Well, if today we lose the daily 9, which obviously with the candle looking like this, there's a real risk of that. That should give us that move down to like $40.95, right around the 21. This will be really crucial because what you have right here is, you know, higher low. That's how I'm viewing it. And so as long as you're still holding above that wick, this still has potential to just higher low and then move up. The 21 is a big spot, and we're just gauging that based on how the 9's been reacting with Celsius. As long as we're going to hold above that 20 EMA 21 on the daily, you know, the objective then will be to first hold the daily 9. Very well could hold today, but if that gets lost, then if we go to the 21, we want to bounce and definitely reclaim the 9 after that. A 3-day gives you somewhat of an idea of a pullback. You can just see, you know, holding back above the weekly EMA 100 is always a big spot. And so if you came down, let's say you started to get some bearishness before that $48, $47 region, you would just be gauging again, you know, closer to around that 41.30, which is still right around that daily 21, a bounce. And that's just based on the weekly 5 and also the EMA 100. What you'll notice on this chart is the EMA 5 has moved above the EMA 100. That's bullish. I mean, when a fast moving average moves above the slower moving average, it's often looked at as bullish. And so that should give you confluence that, you know, if you get a move down, this should hold as support, taking you up to 48.30. You also are going to notice that weekly volatility is at extreme, you know, at least in the zone of a setup. You're under 15%. Anytime you get that on Celsius, these do lead to big moves. The last weekly BBWP setup was here in February, where we swiftly moved up. Was like 66%. It's very nice. So these weekly volatility moves are big. And it's no, you know, coincidence, I don't think so, of, you know, weekly trend shifted, weekly EMA 100 possibly being flipped into support. This is exactly what you want to see before a big move up. That big move up could just be a move up to 48.30. 48.30 remains a big spot for Celsius. It's previous breakdown zone. We were holding this zone pretty carefully back in 2023. And it wasn't really until we lost it in 2024 where you didn't even hit it and you just full on rejected. So this will always, for me, be the extremity high on Celsius. We're almost there. But still, I mean, it just plays into, this is still just the gray zone in the chart. So watch the daily 9 today. It's either going to hold, you then could move up potentially once you do get back above the 5. Or if you lose the daily 9, then EMA 21 will come into play. And that'll be just a weekly EMA 100 retest. As long as you're above the EMA 100, Celsius will have the objective to go and hit that $48. There you should see a pretty big rejection, in my opinion. There you could actually test that SMA 200 before retesting it again, and maybe you'll reclaim it, maybe you'll reject. So that's really it. You're watching just to see if the weekly EMA 100 continues to hold. You're watching for the daily EMA 21 to actually spring you up. And if you do end up losing the daily 5 today, confluence of that, you know, or at least implications that the EMA 9's at risk, losing the EMA 9 will be the confirmation of that move down to like $41. It's pretty straightforward though in Celsius, and you still just remain within a breakout in the gray zone, putting in a higher low. And, you know, often these in the gray zone makes it a lot harder to trade. So that's all I really have on Celsius. The monthly, I could say the monthly, but, you know, the monthly, we're just waiting for that to close. And that is still sitting, you know, the 21 is right at $40. So again, any pullback into next week, into this week, around $40 is kind of where you're gauging. You just simply want the monthly to reclaim the 21 because that's been solidly under. But it's pretty straightforward analysis, in my opinion.
Yeah, For sure. And it never lost the 100. That's really interesting. It kind of did, but it didn't really. So it kind of like held support at all times, even on the monthly chart. Crazy. Anything else you want to leave us with about Bitcoin? What are you guys looking at?
Yeah,
It's at 102, 200.
I'm starting to think again that 104's area is going to get tested. I should have held my original long, but it is what it is.
I'm not convinced yet. For me now, it's all just about the hourly. I mean, you're just still in a downtrend. So you had the lower low, you had short scale here, 99.8 was the spring, you've moved up. We're now really wanting to watch the last rejection zone, which is the EMA 100. So 1026 remains a big spot.
Nice, quick and short to invalidate easy.
Yeah, exactly. And you wouldn't want to see the hourly 9 get reclaimed either. But I mean, this was impressive support. This was TP1 for the Academy short I posted, just so everyone knows. And now for me, it's if we end up pushing up, let's say we get the liquidity, we're going to push up. My idea of 103.1, 103.2 shorts, not invalidated. It's only invalidated if we can actually shift this trend, up. And so for me, bulls are going to try to, grind this out to be a higher low, only confirmed once you take out this candle high. So, we very well could still go up to 103.1 and then reject, and that's just shown on the 12-hour EMA 100 here. So I will say, though, the candle's looking nice. It is looking nice.
Yeah.
It's looking very nice, but it's still like in a downtrend. And so until that downtrend breaks, I'm still going to be bearish because that helped me out on this move. So, yeah, and you're right. We end up just coming up to this EMA 100. This could just be a really dirty trade. Like it could, it's dirty. It's an hourly, it, might not hold too much weight, but if we end up taking out this high, next objective will be around that 103.1. And then you're just playing the 12-hour setup I was talking about this morning. It's really not until we reclaim back above 103.1 where I'm like, yeah, probably bottoms in then, honestly. Because you could just do this and then lower high, get everyone bullish, and then you come down for this move. And then you make your move up to the 104s. That, to me, I would like to see. But maybe too many people want this now. As I tell the Discord, the lower we go, the harder the shorting will be. It's very easy to short this because no one's expecting it. As you go lower with war, and you're hitting levels that you wanted to previously hit, like the daily EMA 100, you just don't want to get too greedy here on shorts. Always have an invalidation. So for me, it's just 103.1.
Now, 30-minute, just putting another drive of bullish divergence on this close.
103.1 will just be a big spot on a daily. And that's it. And you'll even have the daily 9 move up around there too. So that'll just give you ultimate confluence within like tomorrow or the next day. So I'm not worried yet. I understand it. It bounced right at our spot. It makes sense. But bulls now need to just break this out. This was a breakout. This was the bullish retest. That's the higher low. So then in theory, there should be no reason why the 8 hours at all gonna not take this high out. Because what you don't want to do is scale longs under that 12-hour EMA 9, 12-hour EMA 100. This was just a lower high, and then it rolls over. Next objective is that SMA 200. So that's all I'm seeing really on Bitcoin. It's just still in the gray zone. Could go up, could go down. Still more bearish until 103.1's reclaimed.
Well, that's well as fuck. Perfect.
Basically.
Thank you so much. Anything else you boys want to say, go over before you go?
No, sir.
All righty. Well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for the good analysis and for the free money. I appreciate you, boys.
De nada. Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Enjoy.
Yeah, see you boys on the Discord. Peace out.
Bye. Ok, estamos viendo Celsius para acabar el día, damas y caballeros. Hemos visto, esta cosa salió hace bastante al mercado. Estamos hablando de cuándo. Del 2007 hasta acá, y hemos tenido estos máximos históricos en el 2024 en $99, no tocó los 100, ¡qué huevos! 99.62. Todo el mundo que tenía su take profit en 100, nunca lo hagan un número redondo. Hoy en la mañana aprendí eso en mi long de Solana. Al principio mi take profit original, no lo toqué por 2 centavos. No mames. Ok. En fin, así que no usen números redondos, siempre córtenle tantito en esos take profits, sobre todo en esos números tan importantes como el 100. O los rompes con fuerza o no los tocas. Ok, tenemos nuestro máximo histórico, tenemos altos más altos, tenemos este bajo que lo vuelve a hacer un bajo más alto. Pueden ver cómo esta línea de tendencia que viene del lado para acá, justamente nos está demostrando este bajo y luego un bajo más alto, un SFP, pero nunca perdimos ese promedio del 100 en la mensual, que es importante. Esto nos enseña la fuerza que tiene. Este es el promedio del 100 en la mensual para que lo tengan en mente. Bastante bien, honestamente. Ahora estamos haciendo un nuevo alto local. Vamos a ver exactamente qué es lo que sigue. Normalmente después de eso tienes un retroceso a buscar un bajo, pero esto es un gráfico mensual, así que no vamos a analizar eso. Ahora, en la mensual tenemos volatilidad contrayendo, pero vámonos a la de 2 semanas. Puedes ver que volatilidad está expandiendo junto con este movimiento a la alza. Está en este canal a la alza. Tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja que ya jugó todo esto. Una vez que lo rompiste acá, ahora vas a invalidarlo. ¿Cómo lo vas a invalidar? Cuando el 21, que es el amarillo, cruce por encima de este naranja. Pero puedes ver que también el 9 está a punto de cruzar por encima del amarillo. Eso nos enseña fuerza, al igual que el 100. El 100 ya está debajo de estos dos. Entonces, una vez que veas el azul por encima, nos va a dar la continuación de esta fortaleza en la tabla, dar continuación y probablemente vayamos a visitar esta zona de los $57. Semanal, pueden ver que habíamos perdido el promedio del 100 todo este camino desde el 2024 y ahora lo estamos retomando. Aquí la cosa va a ser aguantar. ¿Dónde están tus oportunidades de entrada en estos retesteos? Ya sea el promedio del 200, el SMA 200, que es el moradito que viene por acá, o el del 100, ¿no? Que sea por acá. También sería una buena oportunidad de entrar. Además, tienes un setup de volatilidad calentándose de abajo del 15%, lo que nos dice que va a tener un movimiento bastante fuerte cuando se mueva, y eso todavía no está listo. Para mí, la zona de oportunidad, ya tienes este máximo, ¿va? Y aparte te lo dio con un doji. Bien, este doji no tiene nada, no pasa nada si cierran por debajo de las otras velas o no. Esta vela topera te engañó y después te dio esta vela. Ahora, ¿qué esperaría? Esto, ir a buscar un mínimo más alto y dar continuación. Para no romper tendencia, lo más fácil sería usar tus mínimos en la semanal, en esta subida. Puedes ver cómo lo sucede desde este fondito para acá. ¿Por qué? Porque normalmente esto te empieza a avisar. Cuando ves que se rompe esto a la baja, ¿no? Y que no está aguantando y que continúa, te está diciendo que mínimo esta tendencia alcista tal cual, tan agresiva, ya no existe. Y vas a poder esperar otro tipo de movimientos. Pero por ahora, lo que estoy viendo en este gráfico es sencillamente un nuevo máximo por acá, después de haber logrado este con este mínimo, este máximo, y ahora viene a ser un mínimo. ¿Y dónde va a estar la oportunidad? Para mí, personalmente, los 40, 41. Si llega a bajar a los 38, 37, sería la oportunidad de oro. ¿Dónde estamos mal? Si pierdes esta línea meme en los 35 en cierres semanales, empieza a cerrar en 34, olvídalo, estamos completamente equivocados. Pero por ahora, honestamente, en este movimiento estás viendo que también tu volatilidad diaria está regresando para poder expandir otra vez con fuerza. Está por encima del SMA 200, tienes tu 9, 21, todos tus promedios bastante saludable por acá. Estás perdiendo el 9, lo que nos hace pensar que el 21 será la siguiente zona y el 21 está en los $40, el 34 en los 39.62. Es justamente la zona de alta oportunidad y es donde vemos esto. Por debajo de los 35, ¿no te gustaría ver cierres debajo del 34 o flashazos debajo del 34? Pero en diaria, y esto es lo que confirma que estamos mal, si nos llevamos los 32, 39. Si nos llevamos 32, 39 en solo un wickazo, olvídate, y todo lo que te estoy diciendo está mal y esto va a darle para abajo y esto simplemente fue una trampa. Pero por ahora lo que parece ser buena oportunidad de agregar es en esta zona en los 37, 38 hasta los $40 y de ahí dar continuación a este subidongo, porque puedes ver que lo está rechazando la media. Lo que tocaría sería la parte baja de este canal alcista en los 39. Si los tocamos mañana, porque este es un gráfico diario, serían 39, pasado 30 y va subiendo este número. Así que atentos, atentos, se ve. Honestamente pinta bastante bien. Yo creo que esta oportunidad es la única que se va a dar por aquí en los 40, 41, pero todo puede pasar. No cierres tu mente solamente porque te estoy diciendo esto. A fin de cuentas, yo qué sé, brother, yo solamente traduzco las tablas para estos güeyes, ¿no? Ya saben lo inepto que soy, ¿no? Ya los insulté sin querer. Perfecto. Ahora todo el mundo les va a ir a decir y no me van a volver a hablar nunca en mi vida. Ok, con eso dicho y hecho, estamos ya del otro lado, damas y caballeros. Por fin, completamente acabado. Gracias a todas las 5,000 personas que están aquí con nosotros en el Casino del Tío Salo. Ya saben que si quieren tradear futuros, aquí está abajo cómo hacerlo en Bluffing, cómo hacerlo en BTCC. Es absolutamente gratis. Y también participen en nuestro torneo donde estamos dando hasta $60,000 en USDT en BTCC para los mejores traders. Aquí está abajo. Lo único que tienes que hacer es registrarte con el enlace que dice BTCC y ahí lo tienes. Si quieres aprender cómo usar estos exchanges BTCC Bluffing que son de futuros, ve a nuestro sitio web, está aquí abajo, elitradingacademy.us, y pícale en tutos. Ahí vas a poder encontrar cómo poder operar en esos exchanges. Y también, si quieren unirse a nuestro Discord, aquí está y es gratis. Toda la comunidad ahí, perdón que le siga mandando gente con el bait que es gratis, pero lo es. Así que ahí tienen todos nuestros enlaces oficiales. Nunca les vamos a dar mensajes ni Alex, ni Farhan, ni yo pidiéndoles dinero, ni que nos hagan nuestro copy trade, ni nada de eso. Nada, se los prometo. Así que con eso, muchísimas gracias. Y para toda la gente que todavía está viendo esto y que se pregunta del conflicto de Irán y la guerra, los están intentando volver locos, tíos. Todo. Yo sé que están lanzando misiles. Mucha gente dirá que entonces los misiles son falsos. No, pero saben que los pueden detener todos. Y también es parte del show. Esto, si no vives ahí, te da igual. No van a venir a bombardear a Estados Unidos, no van a hacer nada de eso. Así que tranquilos, no se dejen llevar por estas pendejadas y me emputa ver que de verdad lo estén haciendo. A mucha gente la trenen como loca. Les mando un abrazote, cuídense mucho. Y más allá de eso, no hay tantos desarrollos en nada, es de las únicas estupideces que se están hablando. Si tienen sugerencias para hablar de algo, déjenmelas en X, no sean mamones. Para el nadie me preguntó de hoy, que no, honestamente no tengo nada. Y cuando no tengo nada, prefiero no hacer un video a simplemente forzar por hacer. Pero si me dan una buena idea, una ideota, la hacemos. Les mando un abrazote. Gracias a todos una vez más. Pórtense bien y nos vemos pronto.